You're watching Rogers TV, Brampton.
Oh, who's saying the prayer?
Councillor Innes.
Oh, okay.
Because Councillor Amy isn't here.
Yeah. Does she knows?
Yeah, it's on her desk and staff spoke to her.
Okay. I'll call to order the Regional Council budget meeting for February the 19th, 2015, and ask Councillor Innes to recite the prayer, please.
Grant us, O God, perception and patience, that justice, truth, and honesty may be evident on our planning and governing. Make us aware of the needs of each part of this regional municipality. Save us from parochialism that divides and so creates in us a desire for progress and responsible action. We pray that all our words and deeds may be in accord with thy will to the glory of the holy name. Amen.
Roll call. We have Mayor Crombie's on other municipal business. Councillor Groves is ill. Councillor Jeffrey is absent. Councillor McFadden is still ill, and we wish her a speedy recovery. Councillor Parrish indicated she'll be late, as well as Councillor Sato, and Councillor Sprovieri is on vacation. All other members are present. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I guess when it gets to the budget section, the declaration, are we going to have to declare at every meeting, or are you going to assume that if it's budget?
We have to declare it every meeting, but
I would declare conflict of interest on all matters related to the non-union salary staff, as I have daughters working for the region. Thank you.
And Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll declare a conflict of interest on the non-union compensation portion of the budget, as I have daughter working for the region.
Okay. Thank you. That leads us then to the approval of the minutes of the February 12th, 2015 Regional Council meeting, for the budget meeting. Is there any errors or omissions from that? Okay, we'll move by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Fonseca, that the minutes of the February 12th, 2015 Regional Council budget meeting be approved. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Actually, before we move right into the delegations, I'm going to ask that Deborah Martin Downs.
We're going to have to approve the agenda.
Oh, yes, sorry. We'll approve the agenda first. The approval of the agenda, moved by Councillor Ennis, seconded by Councillor Tovey, that the agenda for February the 19th, 2015 Regional Council budget meeting be approved. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, now, before we go right into the delegations, I'm going to ask that Deborah Martin Downs come forward and give us an overview on conservation, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the deputations. Welcome, Deborah. Oh, you brought Brian with you, too. I didn't have him down. Welcome, Brian.
I did. I felt I might need backup.
All right. Well, you got a good guy with you to back you up, that's for sure.
Thank you, Chair Dale and members of Council, and for the opportunity to address you this morning. And given the number of new members on Council, we thought it might be a good idea to take the opportunity to introduce you to conservation authorities and to provide you with an overview of us and what we do prior to hearing our budget submission, so we didn't take up too much of our budget submission on the basics. So I was just going to start with a story of change, and that in the years between the First and Second World War, there was a lot of, the environment was not top of mind, and the 30s saw people struggling to survive, and a lot of the lands were denuded for agriculture. And these are the pictures of the Ganaraska watershed in southern Ontario. Changes in the forest cover created a lot of destabilization of soil and significant erosion. As you can see by these pictures, agriculture would have been a very difficult thing to undertake. And as you can imagine, this changed the way water worked in the landscape, affecting habitat as well as flooding. So alarming were those conditions that in 1941 a number of conservation organizations came together, including the Canadian Society of Forest Engineers, the Federation of Ontario Naturalists, the Royal Canadian Institute, the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, and my personal favorite, the Men of the Trees. And they came together to what is now known as the Guelph Conference to determine a course of action for environmental improvement. And this resulted in the Ganaraska Survey and Report of 1942 that became the pattern for conservation authorities in Ontario. And this report was the first of watershed reports completed by what was then known as the Ontario Department of Planning and Development. They inventoried the physiographic, biological, and cultural resources of the watershed, along with developing a recommended conservation program. And for the Ganaraska, they recommended planting 20,000 acres of forest. And thus began the efforts to restore the landscape. And soon many other jurisdictions followed, developing watershed plans through the 1940s and the 1950s, following the model of the Ganaraska Watershed Report. And as a result of the Guelph Conference and the Ganaraska Report, local people, through their municipalities, requested the formation of conservation authorities. So conservation authorities are a unique entity in Ontario. They were established in 1946 by the province of Ontario with the following legislated mandate. They're based on a watershed area of jurisdiction. They're initiated by the municipalities located in the watershed who could request the minister to form an authority and represent the municipality by appointed members, and it has responsibilities to the province of Ontario. The authority has the power to study the watershed and to determine a scheme to conserve, restore, or develop natural resources of the watershed. So before the watershed reports were all completed and the ink was barely dry on the legislation, the most famous hurricane in Canada hit. Hurricane Hazel hit on October 15th, 1954, and it dropped almost 11 inches or just over 11 inches of rain in 48 hours. Bridges and streets were washed out, and homes and trailers washed into Lake Ontario, and 81 people were killed and thousands were left homeless. And this storm would change the face of our environment in southern Ontario as we know it. So Hurricane Hazel provided the needed impetus for Section 28 regulations. So the Conservation Authorities Act was amended, and you see it in red there, to control waters to prevent floods or pollution. And it's the latter responsibility that most people recognize us for, but and a lot of people think we were established only after Hurricane Hazel, but in fact there is a variety of conservation authorities established before and after. So in simple terms, the mandate of Conservation Authority is to ensure the restoration and responsible management of Ontario's water, land, and natural resources. Today, there are 36 conservation authorities in Ontario, and they're largely concentrated in southern Ontario, but there's 5 in northern Ontario. And we have an umbrella organization known as Conservation Ontario that allows us to do things collectively. So in the governance side of things, the conservation authorities are governed by a board, and many of you have been appointed to our boards already. The board members are appointed by the municipal government, and generally about 75% of the CA members are municipal councillors, in some cases all municipal councillors, as in the Credit Valley Board. Board sizes range between 6 and 28 members, and they're dependent on the population size. I'm not really good at math, but this is just trying to depict how we are funded. And the tax assessment for each municipality, as provided by MPAC, is divided by the total tax assessment of the watershed area, yielding a percent current value assessment, or CVA. And that's used to determine our operating or general levy budget. Operating and general levy we use interchangeably. We may also have special levy or capital that is shared amongst all the municipalities. We may also undertake projects that are benefiting to a particular municipality, and those are negotiated separately. And we also generate our own revenues through a lot of either planning fees or gate entry fees or other grants and donations. So our business functions are based on the watershed. And we're the only organization that undertakes a watershed planning using integrated watershed management approach to identify existing and future watershed conditions with land use and climate change, and to develop a management plan for the protection and improvement for implementation by the CA and our partners. We find that management actions developed at the watershed scale are often best implemented at different levels of scale, so at the subwatershed, the neighborhood scale, or the site scale. So our experience shows us the more the local the plan is, the more engaged politicians, members of the public, and other stakeholders are. So we tend to think of our solutions on a sliding scale, that the issues identified at a site or a neighborhood scale may be best solved at a watershed scale, and those that are identified at the watershed scale may be best implemented at the site scale. Our watershed plans lead to a number of other guides, programs, and policies, including planning policies, green space acquisition strategies, natural heritage systems, stormwater management plans. So these all cascade out of those documents. One of the key programs that we do undertake is the regulation of the floodplain, and the authorities use Section 28 for that. And the regulation limit is defined by the watercourse, the floodplain, wetlands, valley slopes, Lake Ontario, or other hazardous lands. And a permit may be required if development is proposed in that area. This is what a regulated area might look like on the ground. And a key element, of course, of the regulated area is the delineation of the floodplain, and these are based on the watershed scale modeling that produces floodplain elevation fixed to a topographic map. It's essential to keep these maps updated and the flood lines as well, with changes in the watershed and changes in infrastructure. This slide illustrates where we have input as a regulatory agency, but we want to be providing guidance as early as possible in the planning process so that something is permittable at the end of the day. So we are a commenting agency under the Planning Act and the Environmental Assessment Act. When their province withdrew funding to the conservation authorities in the 1990s, we also undertook agreements with municipalities to provide environmental services to a number of our municipal partners. And finally, we also comment as a landowner because we own land and the works that may be affecting us. So we rely on the regulatory area as well as monitoring information and our plans and our policies on which to provide our comments. So this graphic represents the main areas of work that conservation authorities undertake. Some do different levels of things or add on to those areas, but those are the general areas. And ultimately, our work helps to produce clean water, clean air, and we provide a number of open space and recreational opportunities for local residents, and they result in healthier communities overall. So just finally, why is the work we do important? Well, we provide for a more resilient environment. We're endeavor to make it safe for our citizens. We engage citizens with the environment, for none of us can do it alone. We contribute good green jobs, and we provide wonderful outdoor experiences for residents in the region of Peel. So with that, I just will stop, and if there's any questions, so we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I don't, oh, Mayor Thompson.
I got a quick question that I think a lot of people ask. As conservation authorities, and I got to say, first of all, great report, and I think it'd be good to share that among our lower tier municipalities, because I think a lot of people need to understand the importance of conservation. But coming back to the big question that everybody's always asking, especially when people are waiting for approvals when it's a commenting agency, how can we work closer together with municipalities and conservation authorities when it takes so long to get approval process? Even when the answer is yes, it takes months and months, and you lose that window, especially if it's in a significant part to get a culvert or a bridge, even on private property. How can we expedite to get these things done? Because time is essential, especially to the environment. And all I'm just saying is, when it's even, we know the approval's yes, but you're waiting for the documentation to move forward.
Want me to start?
Sure. We didn't just bring along his eye candy.
Just as well. An excellent question, and it's something that's being addressed on many fronts. One of the things, that certainly at TRCA, that's been done is to increase the number of permits that can be actually delegated to staff that can be issued more directly. We also have some of our planning staff that spend at least a day a week in the offices of the area municipalities.
Yes.
We've done all sorts of things, and this is one of the biggest pieces of that puzzle, is to improve the quality of the submission in the first place.
Yes.
Because usually the ones that take a long time because they're actually in negotiation. The applicant doesn't really want to comply with the policy, so there's a lot of back and forth about how good is good enough. We've also done a lot to enunciate the policy requirements quite clearly. I know in our case, and Deborah has similar experience with the development of a comprehensive schedule of policies that are developed in consultation with the area municipalities, the regional municipalities, the development industry. So it's very clear what our requirements are, and if people are willing to comply, then things happen quickly. If it's a negotiation, it takes a long time. You know, some of these things are 1,000-acre blocks of new urbanization. It takes a while to get all of the details right, and sometimes there's a lot of very specific technical information that has to be developed. Sometimes it's included in the original submission, sometimes that has to be obtained later on.
So how do we break that apart between those big projects that we're talking about versus the property owner that's trying to get a culvert replaced on his property? And that's where I think is where we're really... And listen, we're trying to figure that out ourselves at our local municipalities, but I'm just saying that's the big challenge. Is the little ones seem to be the ones that come back and bite you every time and say, what do you mean? I thought it was done months ago. Well, no, I'm still waiting on it. I can't go forward till I have it. Because, you know, what it's going to do is out of frustration, people just go ahead and do it anyway. And I'm just saying, I think there's something here. We've got to simplify the little application somehow.
Well, fair enough. I think one of the most important things is what we've already done on the delegation.
Yep.
We want to get to the point where we can do more over-the-counter approvals, and maybe
That'd be
even
wonderful.
ultimately issue some of those in the municipalities in consultation with our municipal partners, and maybe as part of the building permit application or whatever else might be done. So I take the point, and we're addressing it on a number of fronts.
And I would just add that through our strategic planning process, we identify customer service as a key activity and value that we have, and we need to work to have staff believing it's a customer service, not we're the government, we'll do it when we get around to it, but we are serving our customers and getting those things through in a project management fashion or in a customer service fashion. So constant improvement is where we're headed.
And again, thank you for your report. It's excellent.
Thank you. Thank both of you for the presentation. I know I felt it was important with respect to the fact that there are a number of new members, not only to council, but a number of new members appointed to both your boards. I can tell you I was very privileged to have sat as a member on the Credit Valley Conservation for 15 years, serving the last 6 as chair, and then I went to the other side and to TRCA, and I was privileged to sit there for 3 years as well as to be on their executive committee, and it was a great experience. I think anyone that's new to the boards will find that it's a real education. You know, I always said it's an education you can't buy. It was great to and privileged to obviously to sit on those boards, and I think both of you, I know you're well trained under Brian's leadership, Deborah, and I know you're doing a great job at CVC, but
And vice versa.
yeah, but no, and you know, both conservation authorities are real leaders in Ontario. I can tell you that. And it's just the changes and the recommendations that you've made over the years are very positive for the environment, for sure. But Brian, I guess you can stay there, and Deborah will come back a little later. A motion to receive the delegation, moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Yanika. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And Brian, you could proceed with your presentation on the budget when you're
Mr.
ready.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to be joined by Chandra Sharma, who's our Etobicoke-Mimico watershed specialist. Chandra actually leads a lot of the work for us in the region of Peel, and occasionally on days like today, she actually lets me talk about what she does. So the first slide is just to show the context for the region of Peel portion of TRCA's area of jurisdiction. So clearly we have important areas in the headwaters of the Humber, as well as the heavily urbanized areas of Mimico and Etobicoke Creeks that are important parts of TRCA's westerly jurisdiction. I know you have a long agenda, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to try to hit a few highlights of some of the things that TRCA is up to, and we've tried to format this in a way that meets the expectations of your senior management team, looking at not only outputs, but what are the outcomes of these various things that we are producing. So there's a wide range of things identified here. I won't go into the details, but quite a wide range of things, everything from looking at the details of flood vulnerable areas to advancing our very aggressive planting programs across the region. And the outcomes are all really, as Deborah summarized quite well in the overview of what conservation authorities seek to do. In some of the specific work we're doing in Peel, we have some challenges in about 11 high-priority flood-vulnerable areas where we need to develop some more sophisticated modeling tools that really help us to assess the risk of flood susceptibility in some of these areas. So we are doing some important two-dimensional hydraulic modeling in some critical areas like Dixie Dundas, and certainly we spent a lot of time working with our colleagues in the City of Brampton resolving the directions for some of the intensification projects in downtown Brampton. Much of the funding that you provide to us is under the climate change banner, and we really appreciate that, and there's some great work being done here. Everything from really advancing the science through a network of universities. Now we have close to 10 universities that Chandra's been able to recruit as part of the Ontario Climate Change Consortium. So we have a very vast network of climate change experts that are helping us in a number of ways, and it's really your leadership in taking the initiative to develop a climate change plan for the region of Peel that has set a high bar that is helping us with our negotiations with some other municipalities to advance this kind of work, both on the mitigation side and on the adaptation side. When we get into the details of this work, we have some very interesting research projects looking at natural heritage in the agricultural community, certainly looking at what climate change will mean for the type of crops that people will need to be growing in this area in the future, and some specific work associated with waterfront issues in Port Credit. I mentioned these high priority flood vulnerable areas, and these are critical things where we're really taking some time to assess the details of the risk and looking at possible restoration options in each of these areas. Everything from Dixie Dundas to the downtown urban core in Bolton. On the planting side, we continue, as I said earlier, with some fairly aggressive planting. We did about 100,000 trees, shrubs, and wetland plants last year, and we're anticipating that we'll be able to maintain that level of effort in 2015. The Pearson Eco-Business Zone is still one of our signature projects, and I know a number of councillors are involved in that, and we very much appreciate your support. This is really a world-leading enterprise of seeking ways to get a very complex and large employment area engaged in all aspects of climate change mitigation and adaptation. and we're really thrilled about some of the progress we're making. There's a few examples here. Saved almost $3 million worth of energy working with a number of groups there. We have 8 large industries in that area who are serving as these energy leaders consortium, and they're encouraging a lot of others to get involved in this. One of the signature projects this year will be the installation of between 50 and 100 EV charging stations. We're looking at a major event coming up in Brampton in June this year to celebrate the progress there. This is really very exciting projects, and also some good work on the water management side, everything from green roofs to porous pavement in parking lots and so on. On the infrastructure side, this is where your funding enables us to keep our conservation areas in good shape. So we've done some great work at Albion Hills and at Heart Lake, and we've started some work at Bolton Camp that I'm going to touch on in a few more minutes. Just looking at the numbers then, Deborah showed that beautiful equation as to how these calculations are done. This is what it actually means in TRCA's case. So the municipal levy portion of our operating budget totals just over $13 million. Peel's share of that, given the formula, is 12.7%, or just about $1.7 million. But when we look at that in the context of TRCA's overall operating budget, which is now close to $40 million, because we're able to generate about 55% of our operating budget from our various program activities, that reduces Peel's actual share of the operating budget to about 4%. And the high-level summary of what we're asking for in terms of support for 2015 is summarized here, that $1.7 million roughly on the operating levy. Then the special levy that supports all of the programs that I've just touched on, a few highlights. And then we do have a special ask this year for the servicing at Bolton Camp, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. We've had excellent cooperation with your staff, and I know that they're recommending that there is a way to fund this from the Water Reserve, and we very much appreciate that. I'll just tell you a little bit more about what we have in mind there in a few minutes. On the general levy side, the pressures are the usual. We're trying this year to do a 2% adjustment to our salary grid. We're not quite there yet, but that's our intent. So as far as how that translates into the ask from the region of Peel, that's another $39,000, so pretty modest. The special levy pressures, other than Bolton Camp, we've just done some minor adjustments. With your support over the last few years, our infrastructure is getting to be in better shape now in our conservation areas. We've got some good private partners that are starting to invest in new things like the treetop trekking at Heart Lake and some other things coming. So we made some minor adjustments that just allow us to put a little bit more into the climate change activity, and then the other pressure is this new pressure of trying to do the Bolton Camp servicing over the next couple of years. The climate change component of your funding to us is divided into these various pieces. I touched on the highlights of these earlier, so I'll just refer to the fact that we've had ongoing discussions with your staff over the last couple of years to make sure that we're really tackling the high-risk areas. And we feel we're doing that 85% of the expenditures we're making under the climate change piece of the funding is taking on what we've agreed together with your team to be high priority. The other two wedges here, although they come out as medium and low priority, are really looking at things like education and community engagement and so on that don't have the short-term payback that would get them into the high-risk adaptation piece, but we really believe they're an important part of the overall investment picture. Your process requests that we produce a multi-year forecast, and this just shows you the high-level numbers, so no big changes anticipated from our side at this point, given your financial realities. Other than the Bolton Camp piece, which I will just touch on. I know many members of council are familiar with the history of this place. It has been a very important camp for over 100 years, focusing through most of that history on providing opportunities to kids that would never get a chance to have a camp experience. We've owned this now for the last 5 years or so with your support and support from City of Toronto and some other partners as well. And we're anxious to build on the rich history of this place and provide a whole new generation of camping experiences. We're stretching what we would traditionally do here in many ways, both in terms of the way we develop the plan. We've had some excellent charrettes with 2 local high schools, and the kids have helped us generate some great new ideas of what can happen here in the future. We've got some very exciting new partnerships that are starting to emerge here. We had 60 kids work there last summer, starting the restoration of the place. And that's really, I think, provided a confirmation that we're on the right track, that this place needs to accommodate not only traditional camp experiences, but start to engage young people in developing entrepreneurial skills, construction skills, and some other things that are very much needed in our communities going forward. I'll just end with some of the future pressures that aren't really addressed in this request at this point or in the multi-year forecast. I've touched on some of the modeling work we're doing. That ultimately will lead to recommendations for possible remedial works, capital investments that are not in our forecast. Similarly, there are always infrastructure pressures, particularly now that we're doing more work in coordination with your staff to identify vulnerable areas where municipal infrastructure, particularly in valley systems, is threatened by erosion. We like to identify stitch-in-time type projects that enable us to work with your staff to protect those vital infrastructure pieces, bridges, sewers, water mains, and so on. And then, of course, there's all of the climate change pressure that we're starting to address, but we know that we could do more if we had other incentive programs and so on. We're doing some great work on the research side, but there is room for more investment. We're somewhat encouraged by the province's white paper on climate change last week, and we're hoping that we'll get them engaged. Chandra's been successful in getting the first $100,000 research project from MOECC, and that's helping us to advance some of the projects I touched on earlier. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a very quick overview. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brian and Chandra. Nice to see you again. I do have some, I guess, questions and concerns. And it was good that you did a Conservation Authority 101 to really bring back what the key focus of the organization should be. And I was just, when I went through the documents over the last couple days, I had some concerns about the Bolton camp, in the sense that, yes, it is a great project, but is this the right project for TRCA to undertake? And that's a huge investment on the part of the region of Peel, given all of your funding shortfalls and gaps in your core business areas. So that's a huge concern for me. And when are you going to come up with an operational plan for the Bolton camp? Because there's a lot of money committed for the next 5 years. Where's my Bolton camp? Is what, about $5.4 million that the Peel region is going to be committing, and there's no operational plan as of yet, and that's just for the capital portion, correct? Okay. When do you expect to come up with that?
I would imagine the operational plan, it's in development now. It depends largely on how some of these partnerships that are still in the development stage evolve. We have an operational plan for this year to retain some students to work on the site and to start the initial program that the Y will be doing. But that plan is going to be developed really further this year, but depending on what other partnerships we're able to cement, the
Okay.
Y being one of the most critical.
And at this point, Peel region is the only region or municipality that has put money forward or committed funds?
It's only,
Yeah, it's only Peel
it is
so far.
within the region of Peel.
Okay. And what other examples of these types of recreational facilities have you embarked upon? Like rock climbing walls and this type of programming?
Well, we have a wide range of other recreational facilities. You know, TRCA has golf courses, small craft harbors, various kinds of swimming facilities. So we think it is part of the spectrum of recreational activities that Deborah talked about that are really rooted in one of the purposes of the Act in the first place. So I'm not sure what else I can tell you about that, Councillor, but we think it's a logical extension of the kinds of things we're doing at Albion Hills, for instance, where we host the largest mountain bike competition in North America. We're starting to host these large mud runs, adventure races, which, you know, I think are all good things to get people out into the natural environment and getting some exercise and having a lot of fun in the process. And they really contribute revenue that allow us to continue to operate these facilities.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the challenge is when many of us wrote in the campaign trail, when they talk about core priorities and core competencies, I think we need to stick to them. And, you know, when the flood of 2013 happened, I mean, that's a huge concern. And I think if we have an opportunity to address some of the flood mitigation measures and climate change, then that's where we should be putting our focus as a priority. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a difficult balance that we seek to achieve all the time, but you know that's what this dialogue is all about. So I appreciate your perspective and your questions.
Thank you. That exhausts the list. Brian, thanks for your presentation. Chandra, good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know if someone would like to move receipt, Councillor Starr, second by Councillor Tovey, all in favor. Opposed, if any. Carried. Deborah, you're up again. There's a familiar face. Jerry, welcome, Jerry.
Well, good morning again, and thank you for having us here to present our budget. I am joined by Jerry Robin, and this, I'll just mention, will be the last time Jerry will be with us because he is retiring at the end of March for the second time. So we are going to provide you with a short update on our work in 2014 and our expected activities for 2015, and along with our 2015 budget request. I have introduced CAs in general to you, and now I want to introduce council members to CBC and what we undertake. And I just wanted to mention that we did celebrate in May of 2014 our 60th anniversary. It's been a 60-year partnership with municipalities as well as other watershed stakeholders and to protect and manage the Credit Watershed. We have just completed a new strategic plan, and we brought copies for you today, freshly minted literally this week. It arrived from the printer, so we did have a lot of participation by both our board members as well as municipal staff from all the local municipalities as well as the region. And on this screen is our new vision and mission statement. The Credit Watershed is roughly 860 square kilometers and begins in the headwaters of Orangeville, Amaranth, Mono, and then meanders about 90 kilometers to the mouth at Port Credit, entering into Lake Ontario. This depicts the area of the Credit in the region of Peel, and as you can see, the region is the largest landowner in our watershed, and therefore you are also on the hook for most of our budget. You saw this graphic earlier, and it represents the main area of works that CBC undertakes. And in the interest of time, I won't go through everything that we do with you and for you, but I will touch on a few highlights. So we undertake monitoring and inventory of a number of parameters, including flora and fauna, and these can be used for a variety of planning and management purposes. We share this information with both the public and private sector who needs them. In the past couple of years, with your support, we have upgraded our network of monitoring stations to 58 real-time monitoring gauges across the watershed, and 38 of those are located in Peel. And these measure climate, stream flow, rainfall, and water quality. The data provide important information about river conditions so we can help member municipalities and first responders understand what's happening at any given time in real time. Used to be we had to go and call up a gauge and download it and transform it and then be able to tell someone what was happening, and now we can do that very quickly. Beginning later this year, we will be making available to our municipal partners a password-protected website entry to the data, and there you can have this data in 15-minute intervals up to date. We've been working with the region as well on the individual municipalities to develop a natural heritage system that has been in the process or is in the process of being incorporated into official plans. This system is based on good science, and with appropriate policies will provide many ecosystem and social benefits to the region. And final implementation of the system with the municipalities is expected this year. Water management, as we talked about earlier, is arguably the job we're best known for. With the ice storm and last year's severe winter, staff maintained daily flood watch, and they conducted weekly ice inspections and provided weekly updates and 7-day outlooks to the municipalities. Fortunately, spring cooperated, and we didn't experience some of the flooding we were expecting. However, this winter is shaping up to be very similar to last year, minus the downed trees, so we are going to be keeping the same kind of eye this year for you. As a result, as well of last year's conditions, we initiated, and from historic conditions as well, we initiated a ice jam study to look at factors related to ice jam formation and to develop solutions where possible to reduce the effects of flooding due to this ice jamming. So we're sharing the findings with the studies shortly with the municipal partners, and we plan to work with you to move those recommendations from the study into practical flood risk reduction measures. We continue to develop tools for and help implement low-impact development in measures in the region. In January of this year, CBC and IMAX were awarded the prestigious Minister's Award of Environmental Excellence for using innovative approaches to protect the Great Lakes and the environment. We have partnered with a number of area municipalities and private landowners in launching 4 new commercial and residential LID demonstration sites, including Peel's Mississauga Road project, and we've completed 4 LED retrofit guides, 12 case studies to inform and guide new adopters, as well as holding a number of training workshops on LID for practitioners, the last of which was just last Friday in London, Ontario. On the land side, CBC owns 6,600 acres of land in the Credit Watershed, lands that were secured through the purchase or through dedication through the development process or through donation to protect the features that made them special. So I bought my first gravel pit, and I suspect that might be the first of many if Mayor Thompson has anything to say about it. They present opportunities, but they're also going to take an awful lot of work to transform them into something that is a great space for the public to use. Some of our holdings are open to the public, while others are publicly owned but don't really have any particular access. 53% of our land holdings are in the region of Peel. But regardless of whether we have public access to these lands, we need to plan for them, we need to monitor them, and we need to maintain them to ensure there's no inappropriate uses as well. On the conservation area side, we operate 4 conservation areas in Peel. We have the Upper Credit Conservation Area, which covers 392 acres in Caledon, just south of Orangeville. Ken Willans, which is also in Caledon at 217 acres. Rattray Marsh in the city of Mississauga at 95 acres, and it stands as the last remaining lakefront marsh between Toronto and Burlington. All of our parks provide trails and opportunities for passive outdoor recreation. The 4th park is the Bell Fountain Conservation Area, also in Caledon. It's one of the jewels in our crown, but at 100 years old, it is showing its age, and we are currently undertaking a master plan for the park, as well as an environmental assessment for the dam and the head pond. These will identify options for rehabilitation and future uses in the park. You're going to be hearing a lot more about this project in the next little while. We have a number of initiatives to work together to solve some of the residential problems in the area, as well as our own infrastructure issues. Putting additional pressures on our CAs is, of course, the emerald ash borer that is predicted to kill all the ash trees within the next 10 years. Inventory work that we've been undertaking found 2,000 ash trees along the perimeter boundaries of Rattray Marsh, as well as just along the pathways, and the remainder of the forest we're not even talking about at this time, which happens to be about 70% ash as well. Terracotta, we found double that amount of trees in Halton Hills, so we have a significant amount of work to do. We will continue to inventory the trees and to ensure that our actions remove the trees before they become liabilities for our users. We too continue with education activities, and we continue to engage watershed residents to teach them about the local environment and action they can undertake to address climate change. We've had about 30,000 participants in 2014 in adult and youth education programs, including a new multicultural outreach program focused on our diverse cultural perspectives on climate change with the new population. And finally, restoration and stewardship. The Credit is a big watershed, and we cannot protect, enhance, or restore it alone. We need to have eyes, ears, and hands of watershed residents and businesses and non-government organizations helping us. I am delighted to tell you that the biggest project we have ever undertaken, which was the restoration of Rattray Marsh, is complete. The last truckloads of sediment were removed earlier this month. Phase 2 was completed in 5 weeks, well ahead of schedule, which was aided again this winter by harsh winter conditions. In total, we removed 65,000 cubic meters of sediment that has been deposited in the marsh and covering the native soils. We've installed 16 habitat structures, and we removed the temporary access road now that Peel helped us construct to give us access to do this work. We had incredible funding support from the Ministry of Natural Resources, from Peel Region, from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Eco Action, and the National Wetland Conservation Fund, as well as a number of supporters in the area. So now we wait for summer and to see if the native seed bank takes over. We're very active in the community in terms of environmental restoration and outreach as well. We've had 1,900 residents take part in our Your Green Yard program. We had 12 projects undertaken under greening corporate grounds. We had approximately 2,000 Peel students take part in our Conservation Youth Corps program that takes their volunteer hours and turns them into good environmental works on the ground. Watershed-wide, we clocked about 7,000 volunteers, contributing about 30,000 volunteer hours to our programs. 90% of those volunteers are located in Peel. The Countryside Stewardship Program offers services to rural landowners, including tree planting, forest management, equine programs, and pond and stream enhancements. We launched an interesting project earlier this year called the Bird-Friendly Certified Hay Program that encourages farmers to cut hay later to protect breeding grassland birds, and then develop a marketplace for those who want to buy bird-friendly hay, sort of like the dolphin-friendly tuna brand. So Peel Rural Water Quality is another program we undertake with the region, and it supported 14 agricultural improvements this year. And we launched a similar program called the Landowner Action Fund this year for non-farm landowners, where we provide support for their environmental improvements. And now on to the stuff you really came to hear us talk about, and we'll just summarize our budget submission for you. This chart provides you with the current value assessment for the municipalities in our watershed, and the top line is Peel's. And this year, the region saw a very slight decrease from 91.8% of our assessment to 91.7%. This shows you the increase, the change from the 2014 budget, what we forecast in 2015, and what we are now at 2015 after working through the numbers. The total change is that we're $303,000 less than what we predicted in 2014 for 2015. It includes a general levy of $7,420,000, which is 4.7% increase over 2014, a 6.1% increase in special levy, or $761,000, for a total change of $1,094,000, or a 5.6% increase. This chart shows the distribution of our general levy and the operating pressures. We have included a cost of living increase for staff, and we assumed it at 2% at this time. We've also been supporting our planning and conservation areas as we've invested in getting the conservation areas back up and running, and keeping our planning staff working on a lot of the background work that needs to be done before some of the larger development areas come in Brampton. I would also note, when you see the negative line, we've embarked on a number of internal activities to find cost efficiencies, and including better building management for operational cost reductions, reassessing our cellular costs, and we've done a number of joint partnerships with Peel and with TRCA to look at cost efficiencies. This slide provides the drivers for the special levy funding, and of course staffing costs come in as well. And I just want to highlight the Emerald Ash Borer. About 38% of our total budget increase from 2014 to 2015 is made up of addressing the Emerald Ash Borer. We have no choice. We have to take the trees down before we have liabilities. So we have made room in our budget to do so, but it is responsible for about 2% of our increase overall. This chart just shows you how the special levy is apportioned between the various buckets that Brian showed you as well. We did some rejigging of the buckets to bring the projects into line in the right, to put them in the right bucket. So it doesn't really tell you a lot, but just shows you that we do have the three areas that we do fund from the special levy. And this is the future forecast based on the 2015 CVA. Next year we expect about the same level of percent increase because of, again, continuing with Emerald Ash Borer in a very significant way, and investing in staffing and equipment. And then in the future years we expect to bring it down more in line with inflation. So this chart just shows you the how the operating budget is distributed, and the point I want to make here is that the federal and provincial government provide us with less than 2% of our funding. This also shows you how the climate change funds are broken down. 85% goes to water and ecosystem management, with 15% going to education. Did I miss a slide? Okay, something's going on. As always, I would be remiss if I didn't mention a few things, areas we need to continue to invest in due to pressures or opportunities. As Brian mentioned, we continue to need to look at how we are adapting to extreme weather. We have the opportunity to undertake flood remediation projects and to do erosion control projects, both of which we have not been doing at this time. We identify those issues, but haven't got the resources to do so. We are embarking on a Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan program, as TRCA has as well, and we're targeting that to be in some of the neighborhoods with significant overland flooding that occurred in a couple of those storms, particularly in the Mississauga area. But there's a lot of investment that we could make in that program. We need to invest in our assets of dams and other infrastructure, including in the parks. With the province, we have an opportunity for 50% dollars, but we have to have the matching funds to be able to take advantage of that. And as Brian said as well, there's lots more we can do to engage the public in climate change action, targeted action. As I mentioned earlier, we own 6,600 acres of land, and that land takes monitoring and management, and we have to have the resources to do that as well, and we continue to gain land over time. And the final thing I'd like to mention is the Credit Valley Trail, where we held a meeting not too long ago with the Credit Valley Heritage Society to explore options for a Credit Valley Trail that would operate from the headwaters right down to the Credit. It could be a active transportation corridor, a tourism attraction. It has a lot of wonderful potential, and the enthusiasm in the room was palpable for this activity. We have about 65% of it already built in trails that are already on the ground, and we just need to fill the gaps. So we think it's an awesome project to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday, and we'll be pursuing this going forward. And before I leave, I just wanted to make you aware that we don't just rely on your funding to do what we do. We also have a number of additional grants that we apply for through the year. We have a foundation that raises money for us as well. And we've assumed a cash equivalent for our volunteer donation, or volunteer hours, of about $375,000, which is equivalent to about 17 full-time equivalents of people. So it's either money, activities we would have paid for, or they are things we wouldn't have done on the ground. So about $2.8 million we bring in annually to contribute to our budget, which is about 10% of our budget. So with that, we would be happy to entertain any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I have Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. The one is the Mac property in Bellefontaine, and this has been something that's been talked about for a long time, so thank you for putting the business plan in action together for that.
Yes.
The one thing is, Councillor Shaughnessy and I had a meeting with some of the residents in Bellefontaine the other night, and the one question came up is they were talking about anywhere, and I heard it from two different sources. One was a 5,000 square foot event center and an 8,000 square foot event center. Where did that come from?
We actually don't have a plan for, we are looking at what we can do with the building that's on site, which currently doesn't provide for everything we need, and have suggested in the community and in our consultation process that a center would be nice to have that could be for community use, could be for other things, but we haven't defined the size of that at this time. So okay. I think they're concerned about what we might do and how big it would be and how many people that would bring to the area, and we hear them, and we are going to work with them to do so. But we also have some needs of our own that we can't meet with the current building that we have there.
Understood. Okay, and the second thing is with the Emerald Ash Borer. I'm surprised the figure came in as low. So this is going to be a multi-year. Do you know how many years this is roughly going to take, estimate?
Well, we've ramped it up in the first couple of years because we need to hire a few people and we need to buy some equipment. We bought a great big chipper, for example, because we've already had to repair it because we've used it so much, and we'll need some trucks and things like that. So we have ramped up that. We think it's probably going to be at least an 8-year projected out. Luckily, it seems that the worst conditions are down here so far, or in the south part of the watershed, and it hasn't moved as quickly to the north part. It's moving there, but maybe we have a few more years to respond up there.
Okay. No, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Sorry, I don't have much of a voice today, so I'm going to be brief. Looking at your presentation and the pressures that you said are unfunded pressures, the flooding remediation in particular, and I want to follow up on the question that Councillor Raz asked the previous deputant. That are we putting the focus where it actually has to be today? If flood remediation for both conservation authorities seems to be remaining as an unfunded, and it's a pressure, to me that's a priority. And all of the other projects, the project, for example, I'm not that familiar with it, but just the project that Mayor Thompson commented on. Sorry. Oh, it's a dam. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the word dam. Sorry. Yeah, that's important. Okay. Bad example. Bad example. Sorry about that. Okay. But are we putting enough resources into the flood remediation? I guess that's my biggest concern. And I'll let you answer that, and then I have a question for staff.
So part of we have to know where the flooding issues are, and we need to be able to define what the project is that might help to remediate it. Right. Not usually is it something we're going to do by ourselves. So we are working with Cooksville or Mississauga on the Cooksville Creek area, for example, to model out at a greater level of detail, and then the projects will become known, and one can decide which ones are things that we might be able to do versus what a municipality will be doing. They are complicated projects, and they are very expensive projects. So they're not, it's hard to just build them into a normal budget. We've had to make room in our budget for Emerald Ash Borer, which, as you see, it's taking up $500,000 worth of extra money on our budget. We shouldn't even have to be touching this, but we did. So it's tough to make room for all the priorities. We've done our best this year to try and scope what needed to be done, but we think it's important to do, and we're certainly working with all levels of government to try and figure out. The province is now, the federal government, for example, has just talked about releasing some new disaster mitigation funds for floodplain mapping and for other activities. So we're looking at how we can take advantage of some of those things and advocating to them that flood mitigation should also be part of their funding package. So we know it's an important activity, but it's really very complicated, expensive, and multi-jurisdictional.
And it was interesting you said that the province provides 50-50 funding for asset management?
Yes, they have what's called Water and Erosion Control Infrastructure Program that we can apply to, and they have provided us with significant funds for our Island Lake dams in Orangeville recently to upgrade those. So, but we still need to have those matching funds.
Some of that would be used towards flood remediation as well, though.
It can be, yes.
So there is an opportunity.
Yeah, but they only have $5 million for the entire province to share. So
it's not that exciting.
We're also advocating that they up that pot as well. With the life cycle of a lot of this infrastructure is coming to an end. So it's going to become more expensive for these things in the future.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, that is something that, as a regional council, we could be advocating for as well, as it does impact our budgets and the welfare of our citizens. And if there's anything that we can do as a council and as municipal councils as well to advocate for the increase in that funding, because, as you say, it can be used for flood remediation. I just have one question of staff, and I guess maybe David can answer it. Having asked that question, are we spending enough on flood remediation? You're looking at, or you're bringing forward a proposal for a 5.6% increase in your budget. And it was my recollection that we had given direction last year as council for all departments and external bodies to come in below inflation in their increases. Could someone just clarify that for me? I know we had a resolution
Just
here.
through the chair, there was a direction to reduce their forecasts. All of the agencies, with the exception of Halton, which I mentioned last week, came in below the forecast. Overall, the target was to get to a 1.6% net levy, excluding the impact of Arask, and we have achieved that level.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you move receive the president? Thank you. And second by Councillor Tovey. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
Good to see you too, Jerry. That brings us to Conservation Halton and Ken Phillips and Marnie Piggott.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to summarize our 2015 budget and municipal funding request. I'll present a brief introduction of our organization, summarize some of our recent successes, and then detail our 2015 budget approved by the Conservation Halton Board of Directors. As my two colleagues did an excellent job of going over the roles of conservation authorities. These are ours in terms of we have 8 sub-watersheds within the Halton jurisdiction, water and forest resource management, and environmental education, and we have 7 conservation areas that we provide recreational opportunities to the public. Conservation Halton watershed includes about 1,000 square kilometers of land drained by 17 creeks that flow in from Lake Ontario. Conservation Halton operates 4 dams and reservoirs, maintains flood and erosion control channels totaling almost 12 kilometers, and Halton region covers the largest portion of our watershed. There's communities in the watershed include Mississauga and Peel region, the city of Hamilton, and Pushlinch Township. Conservation Halton also protects more than 10,000 acres of environmentally significant lands and provides recreational and educational experiences to 800,000 people who visit our parks yearly. Our conservation areas have seen significant growth in both visitations and revenues in the last 5 years, and just over 14% of our annual pass holders are Peel residents. Conservation Halton staff continue to work with the region of Peel and the City of Mississauga staff on a number of initiatives that we believe will provide benefit to area residents and assist the region of Peel and achieve its environmental goals, and we have listed some of those here. Copies of Conservation Halton's 2014 Public Accountability Report are being distributed to our watershed municipalities. The Accountability Report provides a year-to-year breakdown from 2011 to 2013 of our services and how they are funded. Total expenditures planned in the Conservation Halton 2015 budget are $27.6 million. The largest expenditure for Conservation Halton is staffing at 55% or $15.2 million. Other expenditure categories are roughly comparable with 2014 percentages, with the exception of a large increase in capital projects planned for 2015. A breakdown of Conservation Halton expenditures by program is 40% for Glen Eden and conservation areas, 16% for our water management and environmental services, 16% for capital projects, and 14% for management and protection of our public assets. This is followed by corporate services, source water protection, partnership projects, and debt financing charges. Glen Eden and the conservation areas recreation programs are both non-supported programs and non-tax supported programs and do not receive municipal funding or provincial tax dollars. Revenue from annual pass sales and other park user fees fund the operations of our conservation areas, with operating surplus funds reinvested in reserves designated for these programs. Our 2015 total funding requests include user fees, reserves, and chargebacks, including revenue from our service and park fees, making up 55% of our budget, or $15 million. Municipal funding representing 30% at $8.3 million. Provincial funding for programs such as flood forecasting, source water protection at 5% or $1.4 million. 2015 capital funding, including a loan of $1.5 million for a potential property purchase that is of environmental significance, as well as the long-term operational infrastructure benefits. Municipal debt financing of tax-supported capital projects is $688,000. Other funding of $709,000 includes grants and new agreement with Halton Region for a staff infrastructure review team for $437,500 that is separate from our municipal levy. The major drivers for our total increase of $354,543 in the 2015 municipal funding include full-time staff pay for performance, salary, and benefits increase of $191,000 based on an annualized rate of 2% for 2015. There are no other compensation or inflation adjustments for staff. Compensation review adjustments estimated at 2015 for $100,000, so we have not undertaken a staff compensation review since 1999, a full review since 1999, so we're in the process of doing that to make sure we're still comparative for market. Debt financing charges increase of $48,000 for capital projects financed by Halton Region Debt Financing. The municipal funding we receive is allocated to programs down the list here. The largest portion of our is for our Management and Protection of Public Assets program that includes land and property management, forestry, water management services, staffing, and maintenance. The total municipal funding required for 2015 capital and operating is $8.3 million. This represents a 4.4% increase over 2014 municipal funding of $7.9 million. Peel's portion of the 2015 operating municipal funding or general levy is $429,000. This amount is based on an apportionment rate of 5.37%, representing a 3.2% increase over 2014. The other municipal portions are noted here for comparison. Peel's increase of 3.2% is less than our total operating increase of 4.4% due to apportionment shifts. Conservation Halton's operating budget funding sources total $23.2 million. The majority of our funding sources are self-generated revenues from program fees and services, and municipal funding makes up 34% of the operating sources. The proposed 2015 Peel total municipal funding of $445,000 is an increase of $14,000 over 2014. The general levy for 2015 is higher than the 2015 forecast amount due to the staff compensation review that was approved by our board. This increase is mitigated with a decrease in the special levy being lower than the forecast amount. When you analyze our general levy increase, you'll see that there's increases in staffing costs and debt financing charge repayments for capital projects that have been partly debt financed by Halton Region. These increases are offset by increases in revenue and chargebacks to our non-tax supported programs and a decrease in Peel's CVA apportionment percentage. Peel's special levy apportionment for our tax supported capital projects of 2015 is $16,000, has increased slightly from 2014. This reduction is related to capital infrastructure projects in 2015. Conservation Halton's 2015 capital projects totaled $4.3 million. That includes tax-supported capital projects of $3.4 and non-tax-supported conservation area projects of $970,000. The tax-supported capital projects are funded by total municipal capital funding of $292,000. Peel's apportionment of the capital funding or special levy is approximately $16,000. This table outlines municipal funding forecast for the years 2015 to 2018. Increase of 4.2% to 9.9% are forecast as a result of anticipated increase in our capital projects and debt financing charges. Thank you very much for giving us the time to present our budget today. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Just a quick question. Thank you very much. How is it the percentages apportioned for each municipality?
It's, sorry, Martin.
So I look at the map and it looks like, to me, like Hamilton isn't putting their portion into they should be. Or maybe we are putting too much in, I don't know.
We do have a special arrangement with the City of Hamilton that was established in the year 2000 when the city amalgamated because they deal with 4 conservation authorities. The actual value of the property within 3 of the watershed areas, it was all agricultural land at the time. We are reviewing that agreement with the city at present, but it's a special formula that was created by the province of Ontario in 2000 with the amalgamation of the city. That's why Hamilton's apportionment appears as it does. And as I said, we're reviewing that this year. So,
yeah, I would suggest that our staff help review that because when I look at this, I just look and say we're either putting too much in or Hamilton's not putting enough in. Maybe it's Hamilton's not putting enough in, and they should be. And so I think our staff need to work with the Conservation Authority on that. Thank you.
Point well taken. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Sato.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing with us on the 16 Mile Creek watershed study for the Ninth Line lands in Mississauga. From our perspective, Conservation Halton really covers just that small portion of northwest Mississauga through a little bit Ward 9, Ward 10, and then that tiny, tiny little bit of Joshua Creek down in Ward 2, in Councillor Raz's ward. So we don't have a big impact on Conservation Halton, but I want to say that you've been extremely helpful as we've gone through previous watershed studies on 16 Mile Creek, and now as we're developing those Ninth Line lands, are coming up with the visioning for the Ninth Line lands. It's going to be really vital to have the input and the support from Conservation Halton. So I'm very pleased to see that you had that highlighted on one of the pages. Thank you. And it's a great credit that Glen Eden is doing so well. And it's wonderful to have an asset like that is not only pays for itself, but goes beyond that. So great asset in the whole region to have that.
Thanks, Councillor. Seeing that you're the last on the list, do you want to move receipt? Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Raz. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move into the departmental presentations, and first up is Janet Menard, Commissioner of Human Services. Yeah, oh, yes, Councillor Sato.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Before we get into the departmental, I came in late, and I'd like to declare the conflict of interest on anything to do with the non-union salaries, as I have family members working for the region. Thank you.
Welcome, Janet.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Not well? Are you adjusting? Sorry. Good morning, Chair Dale and members of Council. I'm very pleased to present the 2015 Human Services budget for your consideration. With me is John Archella, Finance Manager for the Human Services Department. Just to provide some context, we are presenting a gross operating budget of $524.9 million, revenues of $343.1 million from upper-level governments, reserves, and recoveries result in a net budget of $181.8 million. The 2015 budget represents an $11.5 million increase in gross expenditures and a net budget reduction of $5.5 million from last year. Our capital budget for 2015 is $15.7 million, and our 10-year capital plan is $231.7 million. So I will come back to the numbers, but I'll touch a little bit on the programs. As you know, our work is about people and the communities they live in and improving the well-being of both. We are responsible for social assistance and employment, housing and homelessness prevention, early learning and childcare, and our focus is on the broader human services system, which is reinforced by our efforts in these three areas and our community investment. As such, the Human Services Department is structured and operates in an integrated fashion. We aim to seamlessly provide supports, build the strength and leverage the assets of our community, and in many cases, we're making things happen through others. Our environment requires us to remain versatile and adaptable in order to meet the changing needs of our communities and the expectations of the provincial government. Peel is one of 47 municipalities or district social services administration boards in Ontario, vested by the province with system manager responsibility. Our roles include planning, understanding the issues of supply and demand, allocating available funds appropriately, managing accountability and compliance with both provincial and local rules, and making decisions around roles and responsibilities, who delivers what service and how, and measuring and monitoring outcomes. I'll touch briefly on current program service levels. Peel supported just over 17,000 households each month in 2014 through the Ontario Works program. This represents 34,000 people, and 2.6% of Peel's population. As you know, we pay close attention to social assistance numbers as they're indicators of our community's well-being and often a leading indicator for future demand on other services. Our case levels are driven primarily by the unemployment rate, which currently sits at 8%, slightly higher than the provincial average of 7.3%. But they're also driven by population growth. We are projecting an average monthly caseload of 17,000 again for 2015. The social assistance caseload remains above the provincial average, but we are seeing a slight downward trend in the percentage of population on social assistance. Generally, when the economy is strong, we see between 1.5% and 2% of Peel residents in receipt of social assistance, the Ontario Works program. They come to us because they're unemployed, single parents suffering from physical or mental ailments, or caring for family members. And they're not a static group. Families and individuals come and go from social assistance. Currently, about 5% leave every month, and the average length of time on assistance is 21 months. Peel has 32,000 licensed childcare spaces through almost 200 providers at 500 centres. This past year, 13,000 children from low-income families were able to attend childcare with subsidy support. Additionally, 1,300 children with special needs were provided with a range of services, and we provided literacy and parenting programs to over 30,000 individuals. The value of investing in the early years is firmly entrenched in evidence. We know that a good start in life leads directly to success in later years and reduced costs to taxpayers. Within the affordable housing system, we have almost 21,000 rental units and shelter beds. Over 13,000 families are paying affordable housing rates in rental housing through a range of rent subsidies. Staff currently work with over 200 nonprofit housing providers and, more recently, private sector landlords. As well, 380 low-income families are purchasing their first home with loan assistance from Peel. Still, it was necessary last year to house 14,500 individuals in our shelters and transitional housing, and stay in touch with homeless not yet able to be housed. There are 12,400 households waiting for subsidy and a 7-year average wait. And we know that 1 in 3 families in Peel are paying more than 30% of their income on housing, and that's the level that is generally viewed as affordable. Our community, and particularly the nonprofit sector, is a strong partner in the provision of human services in Peel. They have local presence, they can be responsive and cost-effective, and complement the work done by government. It makes good sense to invest in them and to build their capacity. In 2014, Peel invested $5.7 million in over 100 community agencies that provide a range of social and community-based services to thousands of Peel residents every day. Their focus is also on low-income families who don't have available benefits through employment or an ability to purchase needed services. So, a few comments on our issues and trends. Recent data indicates that 17.1% of Peel residents are living on low incomes. As such, demand for human services continues to increase as a result of population growth, aging, and economic challenges. Peel's growth is driven by immigration, with Peel receiving the second largest number of immigrants to Ontario every year. Unemployment, including precarious employment, is one of the most pressing issues facing Peel. We are exploring ways to develop a smoother functioning and coordinated system, crucial to a strong labor market and skilled workforce. Modernization at the provincial level has resulted in Peel having more flexibility to establish local rules and to address local needs. It also provides us the opportunity to rethink current business models, find efficiencies, and reprioritize our investment choices. As a system manager, Peel must make decisions that consider the well-being of all residents, not just those that we provide a direct service to. And we must consider the long-term implications. Peel is facing complex economic, environmental, and social challenges that at the same time, in our opinion, provide rich opportunities to generate innovative solutions. Social investment is an important theme across for-profit, non-profit, and government sectors that refers to the practice of using creativity to develop solutions which will improve the well-being of people and society. As such, the Human Services Business Focus for 2015 looks at innovative approaches to address these issues and trends. Some of our initiatives include our 10-year housing and homelessness plan, which will provide innovative housing options and partnerships to reduce the wait for housing subsidy. This work will include an investment plan for the balance of the $63.3 million investment in affordable housing from the federal and provincial governments. Completion of new housing in partnership with Supportive Housing in Peel that will provide 205 affordable homes in early 2016. We will continue to support the transition of changes in both early learning and childcare and community investments, and develop a measurement framework to monitor community impacts. And we will be conducting a review of the Accessible Transit Pilot project, which supports our poverty reduction strategy, and provide recommendations for next steps. And work continues internally on a number of service and business reviews within the department to further our system integration and to maximize technology. So just before getting into the details of the budget, I want to assure Council that we continue to look for ways to maximize our social return on investment and to mitigate the impact on taxpayers. Some of the key efficiencies achieved across the department have allowed us to help more individuals and families, and they're listed here. So let me touch on a few. In 2014, new policies and procedures in homelessness prevention and employment resulted in $1.7 million in savings. We're recommending that $900,000 be directed to support an additional 100 families with housing affordability. We have also been leveraging community partnerships and assets. And I've talked to you about this before, but a great example is our partnership with SHIP, Supportive Housing in Peel, which will create 205 affordable housing units and which decreased the region's capital investment from an average of $87,500 per unit to $7,500 per unit, an $800,000 per unit savings. Our special needs strategy is a shared and improved delivery model, leveraging numerous community resources, and training for providers of early learning and childcare is administered in partnership with Child Development Resource Connection Peel, CDRCP, and Humber College, reducing costs to the region. Our withdrawal from the direct delivery of childcare resulted in the reinvestment of $12.7 million into early learning and childcare, further strengthening the overall system. And 300 additional subsidies will be added in 2015 as part of this reinvestment. We benefit from volunteers who provide countless hours to strengthen our systems and reduce our costs and raising the bar which many of you are familiar with, is a good example of that. We continue to look for new technology that will capitalize on social media, digitalization, and client self-serve to ease the administrative burden for both the region and our residents. And a Ministry of Finance partnership to administer housing allowances has enabled us to get more funding out into the community quickly without increasing administrative cost. And finally, we've managed to accommodate 5 years of growth, and in 2015, we'll be operating with 137.5 fewer full-time staff than in 2010. So the numbers. As I mentioned, the Human Services gross budget is $524.9 million. This is an $11.5 million increase in spending. The chart shows how the budget is allocated among our programs. So I won't read them out to you, but the largest piece of the pie is social assistance and employment at 41%. This chart shows how the total gross expenditures of $524 million are being allocated. So the important story here is that 77% of the overall budget takes the form of subsidies and grants to mostly individuals and organizations in the form of social assistance, employment supports, child care and housing subsidies, and agency funding. The remaining costs are allocated to labor, goods and services, and reserve contributions. Now, recently, there's a little footnote on this chart. Recently, we learned from the Ministry of Education that their new funding allocation has been announced that includes wage enhancement for teachers and frontline staff, and that it will result in an additional $12.2 million that isn't captured in this budget. So we'll have to come back and amend the budget. This information came after our budget was completed. This, by and large, though, is flow-through money that has no impact on the net budget. It's 100% dollars. And a report will be brought back to Council with our investment and resource plan. As mentioned, grants and subsidies represent 77% of total expenditures, and they have increased by $66 million since 2012 due to increased provincial funding and efficiencies and reinvestments generated from human services integration. At the same time, human services labor costs have decreased by $6.7 million, resulting in a shift of regional funding from administration to subsidies and grants to people and communities. We expect that the region will continue to benefit from provincial transformation, which has resulted in funding formulas that now take into consideration population growth and economic factors. Local flexibility has also allowed Peel as a system manager to develop local policies and funding frameworks to support our needs. Despite funding caps, because the flexibility also often comes with caps, we value the ability to make conscious decisions to direct funding to areas of need, and we're seeing some very positive results of having local discretion. As such, the 2015 budget includes recommendation for early learning and childcare, housing, and community investment that will result in a $7 million total increase to grants and subsidies. And this does not include the funding that I mentioned, the additional $12.2 million from the Ministry of Education. This chart shows how our total gross expenditures are funded. 62% of the gross budget comes from upper-level governments, mostly the province, 39% from property taxes, and 3% from reserves and recoveries. So this is an overview of the Human Services net budget. Peel property taxes fund 35%, or $181.8 million of our gross budget. So now you have a different picture because of the funding arrangements. 65% is for housing, 20 social assistance, 11 early learning and childcare, and 4% towards community investment. Again, the Human Services 2015 net budget of $181.8 million represents a $5.5 million or a 3% decrease. It includes a base budget reduction of $6.4 million, primarily due to the social assistance upload and increased social assistance and employment delivery funding, which is caseload driven. The net budget also includes $900,000 for service demands funded by our cost mitigation strategy, and it does not contain any additional staffing requests. So this is a summary of the 2015 budget drivers presented as base budget or service demand recommendations. Our 2015 base budget decrease from 2014 of $6.4 million is a result of the following things. $5.4 million net increase in funding from the social assistance upload and administrative funding. This is offset by the elimination of the working fund reserve drawn historically to mitigate the economic impact on caseloads. Expenditure reductions of $1.7 million from cost mitigations and efficiencies in homelessness and employment programs, of which $900,000 will fund our housing service demands. $1 million from the Ministry of Education used to reduce the region's contribution in early learning and childcare, and inflationary and annualization costs of $1.7 million for existing labor, goods and services, and housing provider subsidy adjustments, which are a formula driven by the province. So we're also requesting, as I mentioned, funding for new service demands, which net out to $900,000. So let me summarize those for you. We initially anticipated $1.4 million in additional funding for early years for special needs, transitional operating grants, fee subsidies, and capacity building funding. We now know we'll receive 12.2, more than budgeted. So, but the 1.4 is reflected there. We're requesting $900,000 to provide an additional 100 households with rent supplement, funded through cost mitigations. And finally, up to $500,000 to support not-for-profit sector organizations through the community door. This short-term support will be funded from the working fund reserves, resulting in no net budget impact. This was approved by Council last week, subject to your approval of the budget. In summary, the base budget decrease of $6.4 million reduces our existing service level costs from $187.3 million to $180.9 million, taking into consideration the additional $900,000 for service demands. The net result is $181.8 million, representing a proposed total net budget decrease of $5.5 million or 3%. We are, however, increasing grants and subsidies to Peel families and agencies by $7 million. I would now like to provide you, excuse me for a sec, I'm going to need your notes. Sorry for the distraction. I'd like to provide you with an overview of the Human Services 10-year capital plan, which totals $231.7 million. Housing comprises 99% for new affordable housing development and emergency shelters if necessary, including state of good repair. The balance of the plan is comprised of $1.7 million for state of good repair of our regionally owned childcare facilities, which are leased to external providers. And those costs are factored into the rent that they pay. Sliced another way, $110.6 million of the capital plan is state of good repair. $75.1 million relates to non-DC funded growth and includes new affordable housing, building condition audits for housing providers, and the Peel Housing Corporation Twin Pines Community Project. The DC-funded portion of our 10-year capital plan, based on the development charges background study, includes $46 million in DC funding for affordable housing and an emergency shelter. Thank you. Sorry. This chart provides a summary of our inventory status as assessed under Peel's Capital Asset Management Program and the 10-year costs associated with maintaining our state of good repair. Overall, the regionally owned facilities are in good or very good condition, and we're undertaking condition assessments on the homes owned by our community housing providers to inform future budgets. The 2015 capital budget request is $15.7 million, and it includes $10.7 million for new housing development initiatives, $2.6 million for housing provider capital repair requests, $1.6 million for the building condition assessments audit that was already approved by Council on December 11th as part of the capital budget pre-approval, $400,000 for regular capital maintenance for regionally operated emergency shelters, $300,000 for consulting work related to Peel Living Twin Pines Community Project, and $50,000 for regionally owned childcare facilities leased to external providers. So, in conclusion, the proposed 2015 Human Services budget is responsible and responsive. Although decreasing net costs year over year by $5.5 million, it supports our existing service level and increases supports for people in communities in need. An additional $7 million will go to families and agencies. The capital budget and plan support the maintenance of our infrastructure, Peel's growth management plans, and community priorities. The net result is that the human services related cost to Peel taxpayers is reduced by 3%. It also contributes to the corporation achieving council direction for the 2015 budget, and it supports the region's long-term financial planning strategy and principles. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and we're happy to answer questions, and I have a team here well equipped to do so.
That's good, because there are a few. Thanks, Janet, for your presentation. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As Chair of Human Services, I just wanted to start off by saying I would be happy to move receipt of the Human Services budget and the recommendation to adopt the budget as presented. I'm not quite sure of how the process is going to work. Are we going to put motions on as we go through, or is that all going to be done later?
We're actually going to carry on the tradition of receiving them first, and then we'll move the budget once we've heard all the presentations.
At the time. Okay.
Yes.
So I would just like to start off then by moving receipt of this budget. But my comments this morning as I listened to the presentation are more for the new members of council, because you have to understand the difference in this budget presentation than how budgets in human service areas were in the past for the region of Peel. Because for years and years, our human service budget presentation was always a bad news story. It was always about the fact that we weren't meeting the needs of the community, that there wasn't enough dollars to serve our population. We were always concerned about the fact that the region of Peel wasn't getting its fair share of provincial dollars. And so it was never a good news story. And so I wanted to recognize this morning that I think what you're seeing here in this human services budget is what government has to do. Government has to look at finding new ways of doing more for less. And this whole presentation has really demonstrated that the region of Peel, in our Human Service Department, we are doing that. We are looking for new and creative ways to serve a very large, diverse population, many of those who we would put into that vulnerable category. And the vulnerable category is also growing. But what we have demonstrated, I think, in this budget presentation today, that because the region of Peel, through the leadership of Commissioner Menard and the amazing staff that you see sitting behind here, is that they have continued to look for ways of doing more for the population that they serve for less dollars, and they've been successful. Now, you can't ignore the fact that the provincial government has been uploading some of the costs of social services back to the provincial, which has given us a greater window or opportunity to serve our constituents. But even with that, you can see that the cost of labor, the amount of staff are going down, and the amount of people and the amount of programs and services that we are able to serve are going up. A really good example was the exercise that we went through last year with early learning and childcare. And let me tell you, members of council did not want to do what staff recommended. And it took 6 months to convince us that that was the way to go, because the public were saying, no, don't take away our childcare. But the net result of that was that we no longer have children waiting for subsidy. We have a childcare system where all providers are better trained because we have the money to train them, and we've also been able to invest in the capital to support the system. So this is such a good news story for the region of Peel when you look at the reduction in overall costs and the fact that we're looking for more creative ways to serve our community at less cost. So I'm very proud of the staff in the Human Services Department, and I know from conversations that I've had with them that they are going to continue on this trend of looking for ways of serving the community so that we can actually, as a region, touch the lives of more people that are in need. So I'd just like to thank you and recognize the great work that you and your staff have done, and I know will continue to do.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the contribution that our corporate colleagues have made towards our efforts as well.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janet. That's an excellent presentation. And I think we can all agree that we're very proud of the work that we provide here at the region with in regard to human services. And I really applaud the staff for their dedication and in finding ways to basically do more with less, or to do more with status quo. I hope that, you know, we Mississauga, we've always had the problem where we've been very efficient in managing our money and had no debt for many, many years. And it basically came back to bite us because when funding was available, the province and the federal government would look at those municipalities that were very efficient and were really managing on a very small amount of money, even though it wasn't a fair share, and then said, well, you're doing okay. We'll give it to someone else who isn't managing as well. So, you know, I hope we will continue to keep up the push that we are still, while we're getting better than we were before, we're still far below what our fair share should be for the citizens of Peel. And while we are managing, there are still a lot of unmet needs within the region. And I know you're aware of that. I don't have to tell you that. Whether it's housing and homelessness, just all of those needs are still there. So I applaud the staff for doing a good job on what you have. But it would be nice if we did get the appropriate funding from the province in particular and from the federal government as well, so that we could actually do what we need to do for the citizens in Peel. With regard to, and I'm looking at slide 9, the 63.3 million IAH allocation, you're proposing to allocate 6.7 million to rent supplements in 2015. What impact is that number going to have? And could you just, we've always talked about rent supplements as being the most cost-effective way of getting people into a home, into housing. How did you arrive at the 6.7 million, and what impact is that going to have on the need that is out there?
The 6.7 million is our allocation for 2015.
Okay.
So the total 6-year allocation
is the 63.
Correct. At the time of the budget, we only knew our first year's allocation.
Right.
So what we did was replace existing funding with the 6.7 million and put money into reserves to support development in the future if that's how we choose to use it. But we will come back to council with a plan that will be council approved on the total amount.
So we do have money in reserve that if at some point in 2015, when you come back with your plan, it's determined, or you determine that we need to spend more than 6.7 on rent subsidy in order to get some of that waiting list down, then we do have some funding that we could turn to.
This budget, the 900,000 that I referenced, puts another 1,000 rent supplements into the system.
Another 1,000, okay.
I'm sorry, pardon me, 100, I'm sorry.
100,
100
okay.
rent supplements into the system. So no, this budget does not look at more rent supplements. And the 67 million is happening year by year. So it's a little bit more difficult to plan around because it's coming in smaller chunks.
So this is a 6-year allocation, correct?
Right.
So again, as we've seen in the past with funding that has an ending, what happens at the end of the 6 years if we're providing the rent supplement to residents for 6 years, at the end of the 6 years, if the province says we're not going to continue it, we would have X number of residents that have been receiving that supplement at 6.7 million. Are we looking ahead at the potential, as we have had to in the past, that we will then at the end of that time have to pick up that cost?
No, that's a really excellent question and a great observation. No, we won't box ourselves into that corner. That's why it's really important how we spend one-time money, so that we don't create a local dependency then ends when the funding ends. So that also is the benefit of the region having invested 17 million regional dollars into the housing system. It gives us the flexibility to do what we like and to put money in and move it around to take full advantage of money like the 63 million.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the early years programs, and could you just clarify a little bit on that? Do we get funding from the Ministry of Education?
Yes.
For providing some of those programs. So where do we fit with the programs we provide and the programs that, for example, the Mississauga Parent-Child Center is providing? Because they seem to be very similar, overlapping programs. And if we're both getting funding, where's the division there? Somebody answer that for me.
Who am I looking at? Joanne.
Funding is primarily through the chair, but primarily for licensed
Okay. This is Joanne Kaczmarski, our service manager for the early years.
Hi.
The Chair, our funding from the Ministry of Education is primarily for supporting children in licensed childcare. That includes children with special needs as well. The funding, Mississauga Parent-Child Centre is one of our Ontario Early Years centres, and now they do get their funding directly from the Ministry of Education, and those programs are basically universal programs for parents, caregivers, grandparents to come in and support their children and have a socialization and early learning opportunity.
Okay, so it's totally different than
Yes.
what we're providing. Okay, thank you. I would like to request, you have, I know we are going to be coming forward, we've chatted about this a little bit. You're going to be coming forward with the report on the accessible transportation pilot project, and we have spoken about the fact that that is dealing with the Ontario Works clients. We're looking at a project in Mississauga for transit, reduced transit fares, affordable transit for seniors. And while we're looking at, dealing with seniors in particular initially, which Brampton, very similar to the Brampton program, as we were speaking about it, we started talking about the, there's a need for those that are attending the food banks. They may not be on the Ontario Works program, so they may not be part of that system, but they do have a need for the food bank, and they're having issues with transportation. Sometimes people can't go to the food bank because they can't get there. They can't afford the bus fare. We have asked our staff to work with the food banks to try and get a picture of where that is, and I guess I'd like to see our regional staff. It's not particularly a budget item, but I think I'd like to see it directed out of budget because it could become a budget item. Seniors were not included in that project because they are not, you're looking mainly at people getting to work, in particular. So we're looking at the, and once they hit the senior age, 65, then they fall into the pension system. So they're not under the social services support. So they kind of fall into that, I don't want to say gray area, it's a bit of a pun, but literally they fall into an area where there's really no support for them. Sorry, it's the only word I could think of. So I'd like to see us, from a regional perspective, take a look at that. We haven't mentioned seniors very much in social services. I know most of our seniors' focus tends to be in the health department, but we have the project in health that we're trying to create healthy communities and to get people active. And if they can't afford to be active, then the projects that I know Jeanette's going to talk about later can't happen. They can't be effective. So I guess I'd like some direction, Mr. Chair, that perhaps staff could work with our staff in Mississauga and taking a look at it through health and through social services to see if that program, if there's some way that program can be expanded to come up with a transit assistant program that would be across the region that would help everyone that is in the low income category, including the seniors, which are now not even being looked at.
Thank you for your comment. We have heard from Commissioner Mitchum.
Good.
So he has been in touch, and we're certainly happy to have conversation with him. The pilot that you mentioned has not excluded seniors. There are seniors as part of that population, but they're a very small component. But we're happy to sit down with staff and see what we can do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hope the staff don't take my comments any negatively here. I agree with Councillor Miles in what she said. I think we do a terrific job, both in human services, health services, public work, go on and on, all the staff. My comments are coming in, and I hope, Mr. Chair, you'll give me a little leeway here because it pertains to more than just human services, and maybe the question is more to David than anything else. It pertains to disaster management or disaster recovery. and I'm the Brampton rep in Brampton on disaster management, disaster preparedness. And I had some questions when I was meeting with staff there about how the region gets involved. And the basic reaction I got, well, the region's very good at when we ask for things, they react very quickly. But I'm not quite sure we have a budget for it, or whether we even budget for disasters. And I start thinking about whether or not, if something happened like happened to Barrie a few years back with a tornado, that might drop down in Bolton or the middle of downtown Brampton or Mississauga Centre. What would we do here in terms of at the Region Appeal? Are we prepared for that? Do we budget for that? Are we reacting when each municipality asks for it? And I'll go back. Like Brampton has had, and I think we all know that these things are starting to happen, and we're probably going to get a lot more of them over years. Some people like to blame global warming. I don't know what it is, but it's happening. And Brampton's had a couple of pretty bad ones in the last couple. The ice storm hit Brampton harder than anywhere else. We've learned a lot from that. I think our staff at the City of Brampton did a terrific job getting us out of that. Our Glen fire that we had, I know regional staff know, I'm not sure if all the council members in Mississauga and Caledon know about that, but that was a townhouse complex that got devastated by a fire with death and everything else. There was some things to be learned out of that, both at the City of Brampton and I think at the Region Appeal. And that's why I asked questions about whether or not we actually budget for things like that. One of the things I learned yesterday by talking to our staff was, for instance, when we asked Waste Management whether they could help us in that case, and even in the ice storm, there was no budget for it. The Waste Management weren't prepared to help us. We kind of did our cleanup on our own because Waste Management just didn't budget for that type of thing. I know there was some help given, but our staff have a lot of expertise at the City of Brampton, but here we have expertise, and I think of things like helping people after a disaster in feeding, clothing, counseling. The City of Brampton doesn't have the counseling expertise to be able to help people in that. They're putting families back together. That's the kind of things that human services and health services are excellent at doing that we in Mississauga, Brampton, Caledon don't have the expertise to be able to do. And having said all that, I know we're very good at reacting to that when asked to come and help. But are we prepared to, and do we budget to be on the scene at the time it happens? I know our staff at City of Brampton are. I'm wondering, and this isn't a criticism because I don't know, whether or not we are putting something in our budgets to be prepared for that, to help each municipality as that happens, when it happens, and be prepared to be there. And I haven't seen that in the budget, David, at all. Maybe we don't budget for it. Maybe we're just reactive. But I did hear you say something about emergency shelters, which is good, too, because that's another thing you need when you have a disaster like that, is just shelters for people to go to. So, David, I'm not sure whether I need the answer at this level or whether it's just generic and whether we can work with that.
I can give you, through you, Mr. Chair, I can give a very quick high-level overview, and if you want us to report back in more detail, I can. So planning for disasters happens at a number of different levels. We have the mandated emergency management officer and function in place here at the region, as you do at the cities, that comply with provincial requirements for emergency management readiness, including doing the odd drills, having an emergency management plan. So at a corporate level, we have that very small group of staff that are required and that are fully funded and operational. At the program level, Human Services primarily and Public Works, we do have some operational activities that we can pull into play, such as the emergency shelters. So if we have a small, an emergency with a small impact, we can use our existing resources for the short term. For longer term or larger issues like the ice storm, what we tend to do is draw on our reserves to fund the immediate response. So if I think of the ice storm and the collection of wood chips and wood waste that Dan's group looked after, we drew on operating reserves to fund the short term, and then we go after longer term funding in this case from the provincial government. Same in human services. We do have what we call Ontario Works Reserve, which has around 13 million in it right now that we could draw on to mitigate. So if we had to put people up in shelters, activate emergency shelters, we don't do that directly. We manage the system. We do it through the Red Cross and Salvation Army and other groups that we have operating agreements with. So we would put that plan into action and fund it in the short term by pulling on our rate stabilization reserves or contingency reserves.
If I can add, if our staff are pulled away because they do have that expertise, if they're pulled away, we have business continuity plans that we can put in place to keep the rest of our business going. Because we know in times of need, other people in the community still continue to need to draw on our services, and the needs might be heightened. So we have ways of doing that.
Okay, then I'm going to ask them if we can possibly have all three municipalities, I'm assuming the other two have some emergency preparedness things to meet with our staff and maybe even a council member from each one of them. I'm the Brampton rep, and maybe the mayors, because I know that there was a meeting in the last term of council with the three mayors and the chair, and we have three brand new mayors now and a new chair now. The response that Brampton got back from our mayor was that the region was prepared to help, but not take any type of lead other than to react. And I don't think that's good enough. That's what our mayor told us. Now, I don't know what happened at that. I don't even know, David, if you were even involved.
If I may speak to that, I was part of that discussion, the mayors and the chair and the CAOs, and that was around the ice storm at the Christmas time. Dan and his colleagues at the same level at the municipalities were all involved. And what that discussion focused on was how we would divvy up responsibility for dealing with the impact of the storm, so there wouldn't be duplication or confusion, so that we could give clear messages to the residents which municipal level of government was doing what. And the decision that was made was that the local municipalities would be responsible for immediate cleanup on city property and public property. The region would wait and then provide backup support to remove the waste as we do normally. That's our role. We remove waste, and that work done on the private side would be the responsibility of the private owners. So that was the discussions that we had, and it was specific to that incident. It wasn't a general discussion about how we respond to emergencies.
Okay, then maybe I could ask then, outside of budget, we can set up some type of meeting with the municipalities. Sure. And maybe bring a report back here to show how we're going to all work, the three of us, three municipalities.
We do have plans, Mr. Chairman.
And again, it's not a comment again. Our staff do a terrific job. And I know our staff at Brampton said when we asked them to come, they were there. Other than the waste management thing, which I think we need some more discussion on, because the three municipality staff don't have expertise on a cleanup on a major disaster that waste management would have. So maybe we can have some discussion on that too.
We can bring it back.
Thank you.
Okay. No, I welcome that, Councillor Gibson, and I think when you're referring to the mayor, you're referring to the former mayor.
I said former mayor, didn't I?
No.
I said three former mayors, because I said we just had three new mayors and a new chair.
All right, I'm not going to.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
No.
I
just wanted to clarify.
I did say we had a new chair and three new mayors. So.
Well, you did at the beginning. That's correct. But.
I know our mayor knows what I was talking about. I talked to her yesterday about it.
All right. Councillor Starr.
Okay, I have 12 questions here. They'll probably put us into lunch. I'm only kidding, one. Clarification. Clarification. And you're doing a terrific job, by the way, of managing in a very difficult portfolio. And my question is, with population growth and the growth of all the services and needs that are there, where are the curves crossing? I mean, are the dollar demands more than they were, say, 5 or 10 years ago, i.e., on a individual case basis? Are we having, with the population growth, more dollars being expended? I don't know if you know exactly what I'm asking. It's maybe on a per recipient basis. Is that amount growing faster than population or faster than some other method of trying to put an analysis in all of this?
Well, thank you for the question. The social assistance rates are controlled by the province, and this government has been putting in a cost of living adjustment. So the rates are very controlled, and they can fluctuate depending on individual circumstance, but they are staying fairly steady. They're not increasing at an alarming rate, and again, they're by and large controlled. Housing it's not really a rate business. We look at overall operating costs, and we're working with the housing providers, including our largest, Peel Housing Corporation, to keep their expenses in line, so to keep the subsidy that's required by the service manager at reasonable levels. And early learning and childcare, the rates are staying about the same. And we're, again, working with them to find efficiencies and keep their costs down. But the provincial funding has been quite generous in the early learning and childcare portfolio. We've received, is it 69 million over the last handful of years in additional funding, and that doesn't include the 12.2 million that I referenced that isn't included in this budget. So to Councillor Sato's point about our fair share, the province is recognizing population growth, and they're recognizing economic factors in their funding formulas. I believe that that was reflected in our IAH funding, the $60-odd million for housing. So we're starting to see the benefit of the recognition of our needs in the community. And maybe I'll add to your point about us selling ourselves short because we're so efficient. I like to think that the province, when the province sees we're making good use of the regional dollars, they're comfortable investing in us because that they know that we will be accountable and make good use of their dollars. So I haven't seen any evidence of our suffering in that regard.
The second part of this is that and maybe that's what I was really after, is the fact that as our population grows, is our curve going faster? Are we supplying services and to more people on a percentage basis now than we were, say, 5 or 10 years ago? I.e., the numbers that we serviced, say, 5 years ago on a strict population basis, is the number now more? Are we servicing more people as a percentage of population?
I would say yes. Overall, when you look at the advancements we've made in the early years and in housing, I would say yes. But that's not a bad thing. When you invest in human services, you don't look at it as a cost. You look at it as an investment. And in fact, all the money that we give low-income families, whether it's for housing or for child care subsidy or social assistance for that matter, it comes right back into the community. It doesn't go into savings accounts. So if we give a family $300 to help them afford their rent, that frees up $300 that they then spend on goods and services within the community. And the early years is a completely different story because we want to get as many children.
That's maybe I can stop. The question is, are we doing it for more people based on the percentage of population as we grow?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but my best guess to that question would be yes.
Can we find that out?
Certainly.
I'm just wondering what the growth is, and because it is such an important area. I mean, if it's growing in our population, we know it's going to keep continuing on a regular basis every year. And if we're supplying more and more people over a period of time, your budget can't help but grow.
Yeah.
Councillor Starr, I'm just going to ask David to respond to that as well.
Thank you.
I think through you, Mr. Chairman, it will vary based on the program. So for the social assistance program, I think in the overview, Steve showed a chart that showed that the percentage of population receiving assistance is fairly stable. And in fact, is going, I think Janet mentioned, is going down, although the absolute numbers are going up. So as a percentage of population, the social assistance rates are fairly stable. But in other areas, like, as Janet has mentioned, like childcare subsidies, housing subsidies, we are definitely providing a much higher level of service than we have in the past. But there's also a much higher demand within the community for those services.
And I understand that. I'm just trying to get to the point that as we look further forward, are we having to look at a curve that's growing faster than maybe we're getting help from, and it's, again, going to put more pressure on you to be more efficient, and then one day you're going to say, that's it. We have to start really increasing the amount of money we put into the program.
The biggest driver of those numbers is the unemployment rate. So if unemployment is high, those numbers go up.
Yeah.
If unemployment drops, they go down.
Good. Thank you. Good answer.
Thank you. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just along the lines of some of the questions asked by Councillor Starr, I would just like us, if you can speak to the complexity of the clients as well, because one thing I've learned from my experience is just not one intervention. Yes, we're serving that person, but we're serving that person on multiple facets, you know, dealing with their housing, dealing with the labor market intervention. So if you can just speak to about the complexity, because that's one thing I've really noticed that's really grown with the clients.
Well, you're absolutely right. We identify that as well. And in fact, people come to us often with a presenting issue, but there are many issues behind the scene. That's why we have an integrated approach to providing services. So people could come to us thinking that they need social assistance or housing. And because of our process, which is integrated, we might identify that another service would better suit their needs and address their needs more quickly. Because as you know, there's a wait for housing, but social assistance and childcare are immediate. So that's one of the ways that we approach that.
And that really raises the cost, I would imagine, too, and it doesn't allow you to, because I find the complexities where you have an individual's getting, you know, various interventions. However, you have another person who just maybe requires some labor market support. That becomes, I guess, you know, and those are, I find, the complexity of the clients are really making it more costly for us to provide those supports. So.
We have done a fairly thorough review related to our employment programs, but which incorporate life-type supports. And what we have identified is that our supports are not as aligned as they should be. So we will be making changes in that regard that you will hear about. But overall, we believe that we can bring costs down by spending a little bit of time up front discussing a family's circumstances and then working with them to try and identify the best course of action. The other thing I might point to is the fact that we're working with the police and community partners and the municipalities in the community safety model, which is addressing high users that are taking a lot of our time. So we actually sit down amongst agencies and take a multidisciplinary approach to supporting those families. And one of the agencies agrees to take the lead role and then work with that individual or family. So we're working internally in an integrated way, but also with our community, and it includes our health colleagues as well.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. It's very thorough, very in-depth, and as Councillor Miles has reflected, I think it shows definitely over the last term of council, and I think even prior to that, just changing the way things are structured and how they're integrated makes a huge difference. What my question was with regards to funding that is currently coming to an end from the federal government. So it's already started. I think till, is it 2018 or 2019, housing subsidy that comes from the federal government is staggered over the next number of years to be coming to an end, and how are we, is that reflected in terms of the capital plan as to how we're addressing that? I know that the federal government is providing subsidy in other ways for housing, but this money that was intended to go into infrastructure. So this is not new build, obviously. This is infrastructure that's current housing stock that's currently existing. That money is coming to an end by 2018. I believe it'll be all, that funding will no longer exist.
No, it goes to 2018 is the upload of social assistance. It's closer to 2031, I believe, for the operating agreements.
Okay, so so
but
how?
We'll start to see some of the impacts of the operating agreements. We're going to bring something back to council on this. It's quite complicated. What's important to remember is that the money is funding mortgages that are by and large being paid off. But because interest rates have been low, we've been getting more money than the actual costs. So there's a bit of a reliance across the province and beyond on those dollars, and some concern. We're having discussions all the time about how we can mitigate any impacts and trying to get a sense of what that impact is in Peel. It's not as bad in Peel as it is in other areas, but it's an area that we're talking about, and we're trying to be creative around in working with other service managers, other municipalities, and some of the entities put in place by the province to support the housing system. So we're looking at it, and we will report back.
And there will be a report brought back. Okay, that is good. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends the list for now. I do have a mover for receipt, which was Councillor Miles, and second by Councillor Toby. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thanks, Janet.
Thank you.
I think we'll move on to Health Services. Jeanette. Welcome, Jeanette.
Okay, just checking for sound. We okay? Great. Are you ready, Mark? Great. Okay, good morning, Chair Dale and members of Council. I'm pleased to provide you with an overview of the recommended 2015 Health Services Operating and Capital Budget. With me today is Mark Critch, who's the manager of our Health Finance Support Unit. This slide is a reminder from the orientation presentation of the program and services that are provided by this department. Our programs fall into three main areas: senior services, which includes 5 long-term care homes and community support services, paramedics, and public health. Working with internal and external partners, our goal is to improve the health of our community. With the base budget, plus inflationary costs, we are able to deliver the same services to Region of Peel residents as in 2014. This includes 5 long-term care homes with a total of 703 beds, including the 19-bed Special Behavior Support Unit. Adult day services are offered at all 5 long-term care homes to support older adults and their caregivers living in the community. And with the recent funding from the Central West Local Health Integration Network, Peel Manor was able to introduce evening hours for the adult day program. Paramedic Services provides 24/7 pre-hospital medical care. The dispatch center is operated by the province, and Sunnybrook Center for Pre-Hospital Medicine provides medical oversight. The base budget enables us to provide 48 ambulances and 8 rapid response units on the road at peak times. Paramedic Services has been able to meet 4 of the 6 response time targets set by Regional Council, and response time targets are brought back to Council for approval each fall for the following calendar year. Public health focuses on prevention and helping individuals and the population as a whole start and stay healthy.
And this slide provides just a snapshot of just a few of the public health functions that are delivered with the base budget, including the inspection of restaurants to prevent foodborne illness, home visits to high-risk families with new babies, various dental programs, school health programs, and immunization clinics. Before moving into the proposed 2015 budget, this slide highlights the key issues and trends impacting the delivery of health services and specifically our budget. In my orientation presentation, I spoke to the pressures from population growth, the aging population, and population health risks such as diabetes. Provincial funding is limited and in some cases has been capped, which can create difficulties in sustaining some existing service levels. The entire health system is continuing to evolve to be more client and patient focused and more efficient. So health services is going to need to evolve to ensure that residents have improved access and transitions across health agencies and the best health outcomes possible. This slide shows the cumulative effect of population growth, the aging population, and population health risks such as diabetes on the service level in paramedics. This slide is not meant to be a predictor of actual call volume, but it does illustrate the impact of the aging population. Our research shows that before the age of 60, we receive approximately 45 calls per 1,000 people. But that nearly doubles to almost 85 per 1,000 people after 60 years of age. In considering the issues and trends that have already been highlighted, the next two slides show that health services remains focused on the long-term council directions. Staff are advancing on the 26 recommendations from the Aging Population Steering Committee to proactively address key concerns and issues that will face the region as its population ages. And this includes starting the planning for the Peel Manor site redevelopment to create a senior services hub. In public health, the focus continues to be on preventing diabetes, reducing exposure to tobacco, and improving child development. Paramedic services will operationalize the second of 4 reporting stations and continue to advance the 10-year facility plan to complete 2 more reporting stations and the associated satellite stations. Paramedics continues to look for innovative ways to address all response time targets, even with the call volume growth challenges faced by the program. Offload delay at local hospitals will continue to be an area of focus. So to address the challenges and priorities, staff do balance the service demands with fiscal realities. We do this through the use of evidence to guide our decision-making, frequent process reviews to find efficiencies, leveraging partnerships, and developing new approaches to improve client health outcomes. For example, offload delay was a growing problem for delivering paramedic services to our community. We would transport a patient to a local hospital and wait on average 1 hour to transfer that patient. Following council advocacy for the 100% provincially funded hospital nursing program, as shown on the pink line, 10,000 paramedic hours were returned to active response in the community. Combined with joint process improvement work with the local hospitals, as shown on the green line, we lowered offload delay to an average of 35 minutes, returning an estimated 27,000 hours to active response. Now, I need to tell you, to maintain this, we have to continue to work with our hospital partners to maintain the gains and ensure offload doesn't increase as the population increases. This slide highlights a few more areas where we've been able to find efficiencies. Rapid response vehicles with 1 paramedic provides the most cost-effective way to lower our response times in high-volume call areas instead of continuing to add more traditional 2-person ambulances. Healthy Babies, Healthy Children underwent a program review, and as a result, will increase home visits to high-risk clients by 38% with the same base budget. Evidence shows that focusing more on high-risk clients will lead to better long-term outcomes and child development in our community. Through a more detailed job demand analysis in long-term care, WSIB claims were reduced from an average of 8 days to 4 days. Public Health continues to partner with health agencies to research and study mutually beneficial health issues to improve public health interventions. Moving on to the 2015 Health Services budget. This slide illustrates the relatively equal proportion of senior services, public health, and paramedic budgets in 2015. The total gross budget is $256 million. 78% of health services expenditures are related to labor costs because our services are delivered by people and many of our services are 24/7, 365 days a year. Operational costs such as resident meals, fuel, medical supplies, and utilities make up 5% of the total expenditures. Professional services represent 7% of the budget and include dental fees for our children and seniors programs and regulated medical or health services in long-term care and adult day services. This slide summarizes the funding sources for the health programs, which is a blend of regional taxes, provincial subsidy, and user fees. All programs in health receive a portion of their funding from the province. User fees that are within our control have been increased for inflation. Client fees in long-term care are set by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. The proportion of funding sources has remained relatively unchanged from 2014. We do continue to have a funding gap in public health for the cost-shared programs, which equals about $7.6 million in 2014. Our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. David Mowat, co-chaired a funding review for public health with the ministry, and we're still waiting for the outcome of that review, but we do think it will be favorable for us, but it's unknown at this time. Cost-shared programs in all long-term care, paramedics, and public health received an inflationary increase to their budget in the 1% to 2% range for 2014, and so we've built similar increases into this budget. This slide represents the net costs in health services or costs directly paid to the Region of Peel through taxation. The Region of Peel taxpayer directly pays for 40% of all health services costs, or $104.2 million. This slide summarizes the budget increase requested for 2015. The proposed net tax levy for all three program areas is $104.2 million. The details are found on the following slides, but the overall proposed net tax levy increase for health services is $3.9 million. This includes all base pressures, annualization, new requests and growth, and is net of all increases in provincial funding and client fees. Our budget drivers can be categorized into two distinct areas, base and new service demand. Under base, we have the annualization of last year's staffing increase in paramedics who were hired in June, and some related operational costs are increasing the base budget by $1.3 million. Inflation-driven labor costs are estimated at $2.2 million, and that amount is net of a proportional increase in provincial subsidy where applicable. Inflationary pressures for goods and services is valued at $0.6 million, or $600,000, and this includes increases for utilities, medical supplies, leases, incontinent products, maintenance costs, and contractual increases for service providers. This year, we were able to reduce our budget pressures by $1.5 million through improved contract pricing for drugs purchased through Sunnybrook, fuel-related efficiencies due to increased use of public works and the police fuel yards, increased revenues in long-term care, and reevaluation of the amount of communication support required in public health. I need to add that volunteers continue to play a vital role in health services, and they help in the delivery of various face-to-face services across the department. In total, we have
at any one time over 1,800 volunteers who contribute approximately 92,000 hours a year. Additional service demands and resources will cost $1.3 million and are explained in greater detail over the next 2 slides. The 2015 budget includes an additional $0.6 million for the full year operating costs for the second reporting station and 2 satellite stations that opened in 2014. An electronic patient care record solution is being rolled out. Once completed, the electronic patient record solution will ensure improved record consistency, save time through patient record standardization, save physical space, and improve real-time data for operational use. 1 FTE is required in paramedics for a variety of technical and administrative tasks to support the effective day-to-day operation of this new system. Additional paramedics are needed to maintain existing service levels as population grows and ages. The 2015 paramedic budget was built on a call volume increase assumption of 4.7%, which is a 10-year average. And we assumed hitting our 35-minute offload delay target at all 3 area hospitals. Initially, our increase could have been as high as 1.5 vehicles, but due to the process work undertaken at all the local hospitals, as well as other efficiencies, we are reducing our ask to 0.5 vehicles, or 1 12-hour vehicle at peak times. We propose hiring an additional 4.5 paramedics that would begin in June, and I should note that this will have an annualization impact on next year's budget. In 2014, new legislation required Peel Public Health to provide screening, enforcement, and immunization activities for 3 more additional immunizations for whooping cough, chickenpox, and meningococcal to almost 250,000 school-aged children. Catch-up costs are expected to be $0.6 million in 2015 and is being 100% funded by the province. Ongoing costs are expected to be under $100,000 as identified in this table, and all children are expected to be screened in the 2015-16 school year. Moving on, this slide summarizes the operating budget before we move on to the capital. The budget increases can be summarized into 3 categories. Annualization of last year's staffing increase to address service demand, inflationary increase for existing staff and supplies, and the new staff for growth demands or induced by capital. Like Human Services, we have a 10-year capital plan, which is valued at $263.6 million. It includes additional paramedic stations to address population growth in Peel, new and replacement vehicles, the Peel Manor site redevelopment, building and equipment maintenance or replacement to ministry standards in long-term care, and information management projects. As recommended by the Aging Population Steering Committee, the 10-year plan includes a marker in the latter years for additional senior services. The 10-year plan in health is composed of almost 50% to maintain our existing assets, 10% that meets our growth criteria for development charge funding, and 40% for growth and other priorities that do not qualify for DC funding. This includes the new paramedic facilities where we are replacing a leased asset with a new building. Of the $263.6 million identified in that previous slide, $129.6 million, or almost 50%, relates to reinvestment needed to maintain our existing capital assets as confirmed by corporate capital asset management staff and finance. In long-term care, Peel centers are maintained to the standards as set out by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. $95.8 million has been identified to maintain each center, with the notable $73 million reinvestment into the Peel Manor site redevelopment. Once Peel Manor is redeveloped, the capital asset management score for long-term care is expected to be very good. Paramedic Services is transitioning to the reporting station model, and we're scheduled to be complete by 2017. With only 7 new buildings included in the capital asset report, the report is predictably at the highest level of very good. Capital Asset Management is now beginning to review and evaluate our next tier of assets, and then we can provide condition reports on our fleet. This slide provides a brief summary of the capital requests specific for the 2015 budget, and these numbers were included in the last slide, so it's not additional on top of it. In long-term care, we're requesting $7 million to maintain the 5 long-term care homes and proceed with the preliminary planning work on the Peel Manor site redevelopment. A report is scheduled for late spring to provide an update on this work. Paramedic Services is requesting $12 million for continued work on the reporting station model, with 2016 being the final budget year of the 10-year facility plan. Fleet and equipment relate to the replacement of vehicles at the end of their useful lives, new vehicles to address growth, and new or replacement equipment required for those vehicles. Funding for these initiatives is scheduled to come from internal reserves. The new stations for paramedics are not eligible for capital funding but the Region of Peel provides upfront capital, and the province provides 50% funding on the depreciation of those capital assets over their useful lives. This money is then returned to the internal reserves. For the Peel Manor site redevelopment, we will be seeking some provincial funding from the recently announced long-term care redevelopment program for older homes. So in summary, the 2015 budget of $256 million in expenditures and $104.2 in net tax levy includes necessary resources to continue the same level of service as in 2014. This includes operating the 5 homes and community support services, paramedics, and public health programming. We're proposing to add 4.5 new paramedics to address immediate service level pressures and address response time targets. And staff will continue to look for innovative ways to meet those service demands to minimize increasing resources. The capital budget maintains our existing infrastructure and invests in 2 council priorities, the paramedic facility plan and the Peel Manor site redevelopment. And that concludes my budget presentation. Members of the health leadership team are here with me today, and we are all happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeanette. Councillor Moore.
Well, thank you, and I'd be happy as Chair of Health to move the presentation. Thank you very much, Jeanette, and to your staff for putting this together. I have a couple of quick questions. I don't know whether we're moving it in principle or moving receipt until the end. Just receipt, okay. On page 19, you made a comment about there'll be an annualized cost for the paramedics in 2016. So the question is not specific to you, but specific to the regional budget. I thought we budgeted the full annualized cost of staff in the year we add them so that we don't have that sort of rollover to the next year.
We haven't this year, particularly because we have the budget being approved in year as opposed to in a normal year where we're having the budget approved in December. We do the full year, but this year we didn't go that route, recognizing that we didn't want to overtax for what we're not putting in the budget this year.
Okay.
Can I speak on that? It's simply a practical matter. We wouldn't, if you approve the budget, if council approves the budget at the end of February, it's going to take us a couple of months to get staff hired and so on, so that's why.
Well, I know, but if we approve the budget in December, it still takes you a couple months or more to hire anyways. I guess I'd like to get a handle of what, I guess as the presentations go on, we'll know how many staff are impacted or staff salaries are impacted. But I'd like to sort of get a sense if we did put the full annualized cost in this year so we don't have that rollover, going into next year sort of behind the 8 ball. I'd like to understand if we put it all in this year, what the total overall budget impact would be. on that. So like you said, it wasn't specific to yours, but just in general. And the other is, and you did make the comment with respect on page 22 with Peel Manor. You know, the facility, given the age of it, I think staff have done a remarkable job to keep it looking like it's not old and tired, and certainly done strategic investments in it, you know, over the years, but it shows how 1 out of 5 can bring down the overall scoring. So if Peel Manor is in that kind of shape, then, you know, it speaks volumes for the other facilities if you're still got a scoring of what you're showing here. But I think the time has come when we, I think council made the right decision, not because it happens to be in mine and Councillor Gibson's area, but because it is, no, I mean, anybody who's been there knows that it's in a perfect location in Brampton. It's well-established, got top drawer staff and programming there that's relevant to the community needs. So it's a wise investment, but I'm happy to move your presentation, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Thank you, Jeanette, and again, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Peel Health, as always, is doing some wonderful things and great programs. I think, you know, looking back over the years, some of the initiatives that have come out of Peel Health that ultimately ended up being provincial mandate, the smoke-free in restaurants, and, you know, it was started right here in the region of Peel.
And tanning, too.
And tanning, yeah. I mean, we've made some really great decisions here that have gone on to become a much wider implementation. So that's always a good thing. I just wanted to comment that, you know, I know you did talk a little bit about the paramedic and the offload delays, but you know, I think we need to emphasize that, because the work that has been done, and I guess those of us that sat on the Emergency Services Committee last couple of years really got to see all the detail and all the work that was being done with the hospitals and our paramedics to reduce those offload delays at the hospitals. And it's such a benefit to both the patients and those that need the service, but also to our staff and for more efficient working of the service. So I really commend the work that was done. It wasn't easy, but it was a really great partnership, and I know it's still going on, it's still improving, but it has saved us money and it has saved us time. So that's a really huge good news story that I know you mentioned it, but I don't think you took enough credit for the department and all of our staff in getting that done. With regard to the seniors low-income dental, we're serving 845 seniors. Actually, we served them in 2014. How does that relate to what we have still on the waiting list that have not been served?
So I think that's a great question. So we have a base budget of about 1.3 million for that program, and it does
That was my other question, was how much?
So it's 1.3 million, and it does serve, you know, just over 800 a year. Kind of depends on the needs coming in. Right now, as of the end of this year, we have 919 seniors on the wait list, and that's despite, you know, council reviewed the criteria for the program a couple years back, because we do have about 26 seniors a week still coming on to the wait list. And, you know, we expect that to continue to grow because the population's aging. Now, not every senior's low income and fits the criteria, but even as a one-time program, as the population ages, we'll probably continue to see demand grow.
If we were to, because I know, was it 2 years ago that we increased the budget? We put an infusion of funds into the budget to try and get the waiting list down.
Yep.
And we did.
Yeah, in 2010.
Okay, it was a little longer than I thought it was. But if we were to, looking at the numbers that you're getting on a regular basis, you're saying how many, 20-something a week?
26 a week.
26 a week, okay. So that's roughly, do the math for me.
Mark's doing the math.
It's about 1,000 a year?
1350 a year.
1350 a year. Okay. So we're never going to catch up. if we're getting $1,350 a year, we already have a waiting list, and we're only able to serve 800 a year. So we're always going to be behind on that. What have we done, and is there more that we can do to try and I know we've worked with the dental community, but is there more that we can? Are there any other resources that we can look at to try and get more people through that program?
Well, certainly through the partnership with the community health centers. So a number of the seniors are served through the private dental clinics, and then we have the community health centers who were funded by the province to set up dental clinics for the Healthy Smiles programs. We're using that overhead. So that allowed us to see quite a few more. What we're proposing now is in reviewing the budgets, especially the expenditures at the community health centers, dentures continues to be one of the higher cost items. And so what we are proposing to do is go out and do a request for tender, to get, hopefully to get lower prices. So instead of each clinic, kind of the two community health center clinics going on their own, we'll try to get one provider that's providing all the dentures to provide a lower price. So that's one thing we're working. And I don't know, that's just for the CHCs. I'm going to turn to Eileen Davila to jump in.
Yes, through the chair, if I could just add, we're also planning to undertake an evaluation to understand, how best we can understand the nature of the services and how best to deliver the services to meet the need of the community. So that's on schedule for this year.
The Aging Population Steering Committee. So that gives us an opportunity to step back, review the whole program, and look at whether we can serve more with that budget, or is there any changes to the program that could be made. And that would come back to council.
Are we still trying to get the province to cost share in the program?
Certainly.
As they do with the children's dental?
Yeah, certainly it's part of one of the standing council advocacy positions. Their position right now is still focused on low-income children. Dr. Sinha, as you know, the province's expert advisor around seniors, did look at our program and recommended the province look at that. At this point in time, they haven't.
Okay, so I guess that's something we should still advocate for. And I just want to thank Councillor Parrish for, when she was last on council, this was a project that she brought forward. And, it was one of those things where, do we do it or not? Because it's not our responsibility, it's provincial responsibility for the Ministry of Health to provide. But I think we did the right thing in moving forward with the program and in increasing the funding for the program. It's interesting, we still get complaints from the seniors that, you're not, it's not enough, we can't get into it, you can only get it done once. And I kind of turn around and say to them, well, we shouldn't be giving it to you anyway. So, you could be getting nothing, but we're putting property tax money into providing this program, which, was the right thing to do. But I think we have to really continue, because we need to get more people through that program on an annual basis. If that's what our, uptake is on a weekly basis, we have that many coming in. So I hope we're going to be really advocating very strongly this term for the province to cost share to some degree in the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. With respect to recovering any money, for the paramedics, okay. The paramedic or the ambulance delivery, when it finally arrives at the hospital, the patient then ends up getting a bill for $45. That's from the hospital.
Yes.
Is that for the hospital? I mean,
Yeah. So the hospital collects it, and if they haven't changed the formula, they get to keep some, and some goes to the province. Okay, they keep 30, and 15 goes to the province. There was a council report a few years back talking about this and advocating whether that money. Now, the province could say they provide 50% of our funding for land ambulance. So they could say part of that $45 fee they're getting, they're reinvesting it as part of their subsidy, but we don't see any direct dollars coming from that $45.
I just find it strange because they call it an ambulance fee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's not a hospital fee. Why is the hospital getting it? I mean, I understand the interplay between all the budgets and all the rest of it, but it seems unfair that that it goes there and say the delivery service, which was the paramedics ambulance, was actually the service.
Well, and it's interesting, a number of municipalities did step up and also support our resolution and wrote a letter to the ministry in support of that council resolution, but there was no movement, or I don't think there was even any response from the province.
Is it possible to bring it back up? I mean, to me, I think it's, I mean, I don't know, do we have any idea? Well, I guess it would be on the number of trips, we would know that. Probably, how many trips do we make in Peel in drop-offs?
Well, our call volume's over 100,000, but we transport just over 60% to the hospital. So 60,000.
That's millions. I think we should take a look at it.
We can, because there's so many new members of council, we'd be happy to pull up that council report and refresh the numbers and bring it forward to council.
That's millions. Wow. Okay. Yeah. That got me excited now.
I thought you were still working on the 12 questions, but.
No. The other thing that I think, and it bothers me, I think probably around this whole council table is the offloading. And are there benchmarks with respect? Because I know that when I went to the hospital about 2 years ago, and in fact, I think I told the chief that at one point there were 7 paramedic vehicles sitting there. And with one that was in there, because I had to wait for my wife 6 hours, there was one twosome that waited that whole period of time I was there, they were there. And this offloading business, I mean, you take your car into the General Motors dealer and you drop off your car and you leave because somebody else took the responsibility for it. And I still can't see why, and maybe that's a technical thing, but when you're in a hospital and you have the resources there, and why do the paramedics have to stay with that person?
Through you, Chair, if I can address that. Certainly, there's not as many as they used to be.
I understand
and I see that firsthand because I go out on my ride-outs and go to each of the hospitals, and I used to see exactly what you saw, especially at Credit Valley and the Brampton Civic. So they're in and out a lot faster. One of the challenges is the emergency room is the volumes in the emergency room. We're about 20%. So of all the volume in the hospital ERs, about 20 to 25% comes from ambulances. The rest of it is all walk-ins. So they do have large volumes. And to be fair to our hospital partners, their funding formulas haven't always kept up with population growth either. And the Brampton Civic, for example, is one of the busiest ERs. They're seeing over 400 people a day coming into their ER. And what happens, and I know from talking to Trillium Health Partners, at any one time at the M site, they've got a number of patients waiting in the ER for an inpatient bed. So they have no PEDs up in the ward, so it all backs up onto the emergency room, which then backs up into all the new cases coming in. It's around 100 at the M site, the Mississauga site. So now, is there a ways to look at the process to make it more efficient? Absolutely, we've seen that. But there comes a point in time where you just have that many patients coming in and they have nowhere to move them to into the rest of the hospital. That's a problem. And it's not just hospital capacity, it's also capacity of the community sports service community. So if people don't have access to a family doctor, if they don't have access to home care, the default becomes the emergency room. And I've just been participating with both LHINs and both community care access centers on a community capacity study, looking at the capacity in our 2 LHINs serving Peel and beyond to meet the needs of the current senior population and the growing. And what we found is our 2 community care access centers, our community sports service sector, our mental health sector, relative to our population, they are underfunded. And so everything is so connected with the health system. If one piece is underfunded, it all starts to back up. So that's a long answer to a short question.
And I understand that all the individual silos are there and they're all fighting for themselves, but it appears that at times there should be more cooperation between these bodies and to see who's going to do what. By the way, I'm speaking a little bit from experience because
Yes.
3 weeks ago I was in emergency twice on 2 days. It took me 3 hours to get registered the first time. And I saw this, and I'm going to write a book about that because I couldn't believe what was going on. And yes, people were pushed ahead, and then the ambulance came in, and you saw all of this, and you wondered, is there a better way? Is there a better way of benchmarking? Is somebody come up with a solution someplace else that's working better? And I don't know if people share this, but there's nothing new on this earth, and I'm not sure if we share or other, whether it's in the U.S. here, Europe, whatever, but do we share this sort of information to make it a better system? And
Through you, Mr. Chair, we still have our silos. I will fully admit it. But I can tell you in this community, because we've had the service pressures, that on both LHINs, both hospital CEOs, both community care access CEOs, we meet on a regular basis to try to address these challenges. So we understand if we make a decision, what's the impact on others, and try to reduce that. And in being around in the health system in Peel for 25 years, it's better than it's ever been. Can we get better? Absolutely. In terms of wait times in ER, there is performance targets that for high acuity, and so high needs and low needs clients coming into the ER, the hospitals have targets they have to meet. They're measured on them, they're reported on them, and there's some pay for performance. So if they meet their targets, they get some performance pay if they don't. So the province is certainly making that a priority. Offload is a problem across the province. Recently, they've come to Peel to meet with us to look at what we've done to try to see how they can improve it elsewhere because of the work we've done.
the last question I have is there a way, and it probably is because you know the number of calls and you know the money is spent. What's the cost per run for a paramedic or an ambulance? Somebody calls up. I mean, there's got to be. I mean, that's probably a very simple number. You have much money you spent and how many calls you made.
Yeah, it's we have a service hour cost, so we know how much it costs per service hour. I don't think we've worked it out by call because having a good paramedic system is also having them available for a call, so it's being ready for the next call. So I don't know if we've worked that out.
I don't need it right now, but I'd like to get a number because and it doesn't matter that you've got that person waiting or that vehicle and two people waiting. That's part of the call system and that's part of the cost.
Well, we're bringing the report back to council about the ambulance fee that they're charging $45. We can put into that report what the actual cost is.
Yeah, thank you. Good report.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick because I know some people are getting hungry around the table, I'm sure. For the current levels of service, that was slide 5. Can I get, or can we get the results of the dental screening for the 60,000 children? And I don't know what if there's a report that regularly comes to council or not, but I would be interested in finding out what those results are.
Yeah, would you like, we can bring a report, an update on our whole oral health program and give you more detailed numbers on where we're serving, what the needs are, et cetera.
Perfect. That would be appreciated. And I would also suggest that perhaps that can go forward as well as a report to the Fluoridation Committee.
Okay, sure.
And this might be more of a question, a process question to the CAO. In terms of determining the priorities of council, these ones are going forward for 2015. We're going to be doing a priority setting exercise later this spring.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are. We're going to work with council to set a long-term strategic plan and some short-term, by that I mean the term of council, strategic outcomes that you want us to deliver on. Okay. And we hope to have that complete before summer. it may take us to September, depending on the degree of consultation and engagement of council.
Thank you for that. And last question, on slide 9, the support for tobacco-free living, how much do we spend approximately on that initiative? Do we know?
I'm looking to Dr. DeVille if she.
Oh.
Cut out, sorry. I'm not sure that we have our costs split out that way, but we can bring that back if that would be of use.
Yeah, I'm just out of curiosity. I know that approximately 16% of people in the region of Peel smoke. Yep. But on the looking at other areas such as childhood obesity, there's about 26% of Canadian children who are at risk. And I'm just wondering where, in terms of council priorities, where we're going to be putting our funds for the future.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I was talking to staff about is for these priority areas, which again are rollovers from the last council and they could be revised based on the new strategic plan, is with a new council is each of those areas like tobacco-free and healthy support environments for healthy living. We'll bring an update report to council on the overall strategies, where we've been, where we're going, and we can bring the budget information in those particular areas as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll be brief. Just with regards to response times, I had asked at the City of Mississauga, we had a presentation on Mississauga fire response, and I had asked for a further meeting with fire on breaking down what type of calls fire was responding to, and that led further to a discussion around response times that are in the tiered response. Mm-hmm. So whereby fire, emergency, and paramedics and emergency services are all coming to those types of calls. And that led to my question as to when was the last time a review was done of the tiered response. And apparently it was in 2009. So my request to Mississauga Fire was that they work with Peel paramedics and emergency services in general to review the tiered response system. I believe there's going to be a joint committee formed to look at that. So I would request that that be brought back through Mississauga Fire. The suggestion was, or my ask was, when would that information be able to come back to the municipal level of council? And they said probably sometime late spring. So I would request that that also be able to come back to regional council as well.
We'll take that as direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jeanette. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Moore for receipt and seconded by Councillor Gibson. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And I would suggest we break for lunch and return at 1, if that's agreeable. Good stuff. Thanks.
be, and have that connected relationship with them that helps us monitor their symptoms appropriately.
And sometimes it's simple things that they need to do. Is that right? Like weighing themselves? Or...
Exactly, weighing themselves daily, following a fluid-restricted diet, a sodium-restricted diet, and regular exercise if they're healthy enough to do that.
And what are some of the foods that are really high in sodium?
Oh, things like pickles.
Oh, I love pickles.
Chips.
I love chips too.
Certain breads. A lot of processed foods, deli meats, any type of canned or processed food typically have a lot of sodium in them.
That's great. Now, Dr. Nicol and Leila, you have met before, and so I think I want to explore that a little bit more. Leila, tell us a little bit more about your experience.
I just remember it was after March break last year that I was sick for some couple of days, and I had too much cough, and the cough was getting worse and worse. And last day, which was March 21st, I was just so weak, so tired. I did not have enough energy to walk. And then I just went to work, came back, and all I remember, I text my husband to come home soon. I don't feel well. And then I don't remember what happened. Like, I don't remember at all when he came, took me to the hospital. It was 1 month after that I woke up in the hospital.
1 month afterwards. So can you fill in the blanks at all?
Sure. So Leila had essentially developed a flu-like illness to start. She was having aches and fever and was feeling very weak, but it progressed much more rapidly than we might think of a typical flu-like illness. And as she's just told us, she ended up in hospital. About 24 hours, or within 24 hours of going into hospital, she had become very, very sick. Her blood pressure had started to drop. She ended up being admitted to the intensive care unit. And we got a call at Trillium Health Partners at Credit Valley Hospital from a physician there who had noticed that there was water building up around her heart and had asked for assistance in managing the patient on an urgent basis. So Leila, along with her husband, were brought over to our intensive care unit at Credit Valley Hospital. And she was a very, very sick young woman at that point. She was critically ill. She was in and out of consciousness. Her blood pressure was very, very low. We worked hard to try to stabilize her. Even with the strongest medications, we were struggling to get her blood pressure up. And what we found was that not only had fluid developed around the heart muscle itself had become severely weakened as a result of this illness. And essentially, the influenza virus had attacked her heart and severely weakened it just within those several hours or 1 day. Yeah. So as we were working to try to stabilize Leila, we weren't winning. She was just getting sicker and sicker. And what we determined was that she was going to need a special machine called ECMO, which stands for extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. This is a very specialized treatment which is only available at heart transplant centers, and essentially it takes over the work of the heart and lungs and oxygenates the blood and pumps it around the body in someone who is critically ill and hopefully buys us some time to do something else. So that was our determination, that was going to be the next step. Now this is where Leila's case got even more challenging. We would usually transfer a patient to a downtown Toronto hospital, but what we soon found out was that that hospital was doing 2 heart transplants that night and weren't able to take Leila. They were simply over capacity. We were then able to call the next closest transplant center, which was in London, Ontario, and they offered to take Leila, but our next hurdle was that there was a bad weather system.
Oh dear.
And the air ambulance could not be cleared to take off. So basically we were left with one option, which was to take a very, very sick patient who was deteriorating by an ambulance transfer on ground with a 2-hour journey. So we really didn't have a choice at that point. We embarked on this journey, and within 10 minutes of starting our drive, Leila actually stopped breathing and had a cardiac arrest. So it was obviously a grave situation. We started doing chest compressions and supporting her breathing and trying to boost her blood pressure with very strong medications, but unfortunately she wasn't responding. Our usual approach at this point would be to go to the nearest emergency department, which ironically was Milton at that point. Now that wasn't going to help Layla just then. She needed to get to the machine with the ECMO. So our only choice was to keep heading towards London. Now we were still nearly 2 hours away at that point. So again, not much choice. We had to give her every chance to survive.
Yeah.
We just kept heading, and about an hour in, we started to see a bit of circulation coming back. Kept doing CPR for the 2 hours. Fortunately,
Really?
reached there, and Layla got the ECMO machine. Ended up in ICU. Had kidney failure, and as she's told you, her next recollection is awaking a month later, and really a miraculous recovery in many senses, given what she had to overcome to reach the hospital there.
So you are a miracle survivor.
Yeah.
And thank you, because I understand you you were with her on that journey to that hospital.
Yes. So yeah, it was
Literally
a unique.
saving her life.
Well, it was a team effort. Let me say it was a team effort. We had 4 paramedics in the ambulance, 2 from Peel Ambulance, 2 from Orange, and they were tireless in doing the chest compressions. I was able to offer some support, but it was very much a team effort with doctors from our center and from the London hospital as well. But it's a testament to what good CPR can do and how it can support the brain and keep the oxygen going to the brain.
Great. So Layla, you woke up a month later.
Yeah.
And what do you recall? How hard was it to recover from this?
It was very hard. I had a tough and long road ahead of me. So as Dr. Nikhil said, I had kidney failure, so I had dialysis for 2 months. And I know something was wrong with my liver, so all those things made the recovery longer. And then I think I was like a newborn baby. I had to learn how to sit, how to walk, how to eat, and it was very tough, but...
You're doing amazingly well today.
Yeah, I'm happy, and I learned a good lesson.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So are you back to working at all?
I'm back to work now, yes.
That's really a miracle story.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, Sheila, in your work that you do as a nurse practitioner in the heart failure program, you must see other patients similar to Layla who've survived a cardiac problem.
Yeah, sometimes some of our patients actually receive devices that defibrillators where they're implanted internally, and we have numerous patients that have without those devices probably would not be alive today. So that's another role of the heart failure clinic, is arranging consultation for devices for patients.
That's great.
Yeah.
So, we have just over a minute left, I guess. Any last words of advice for patients with heart failure out in our community?
Eat a low sodium diet, restrict your fluids, exercise daily, take your medications, and follow up with your heart failure clinic if you have symptoms.
That sounds like good advice for all of us, actually. I could use that advice. Dr. Nichol, thank you so much for your commitment to patients like Layla. But beyond that, any words of advice to our community?
I think Sheila's hit some of the important preventive measures, and the other thing we would say is always look out for something that feels out of the ordinary. When we can treat symptoms at the earliest opportunity, it's a lot easier than when it gets away from us.
So using the emergency system if you're not feeling well, or?
Yeah, absolutely. And for our patients with heart failure, call the clinic, let us know about the symptoms, and we can often nip problems in the bud. When it gets away from us a bit, it's a lot harder.
And thank you so much for joining us today, Layla. Hearing stories like yours is very inspirational, just like our former patient before, Dave Burns. So thank you for joining me today and sharing your stories, and for all the heroic work that you do at the Cardiac Health Program at Trillium Health Partners. So thank you so much. And stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
An important reminder from Rogers. For cable customers whose TV is connected directly to their analog cable outlet, analog versions of select channels will continue to be phased out. Simply order a free digital adapter to continue to receive all of the TV channels you currently enjoy with improved digital sound and picture quality. Just connect the adapter to your cable outlet and TV. To order your free rental adapter, please call us today or visit rogers.com/digital adapter.
Rogers TV connects with and engages our audience while you effectively promote your business with high-frequency exposure at the lowest industry rate. Rogers TV provides a unique marketing strategy that reflects your business with the best match from our program lineup. We offer several promotional opportunities from TV ads to on-air guest appearances to social media and to the web. Give us a call today at 905-897-3928. Promote your business on Rogers TV.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
Welcome back to Talk Trillium. This segment, we're going to talk about a new program called DART. And joining me now is Dana Jackson. Dana is a clinical manager in our cardiac program. And Mary Lou Dean is a nurse practitioner who most often we see in our emergency departments. So maybe to start our first question, Dana, you were part of a design team to look at an innovative program called DART. Can you explain, first of all, what does DART stand for? And why did you see a need to develop a new program?
Cardiac DART stands for the Cardiac Direct Accelerated Response Team, and this is a program that we developed to have people access a specialist sooner, get timely diagnostics to find out exactly what was going on with them when they came to the emergency room with distinct cardiac or suspected cardiac symptoms, and then to avoid admitting them to hospital. So we just wanted to try to remove some obstacles for patients to get the care that they needed.
And have you seen, has it made a difference? Have you seen a difference in the number of admissions to hospital?
We have seen a difference. Our short stay admissions, so that's people who stay maybe 24 to 72 hours before they get discharged from hospital, have gone down about 15%. So we are utilizing some of those inpatient beds a little bit less for patients that don't need to be there, but we can treat as an outpatient.
And in other programs, we've heard how capacity is such a big challenge within our community. We just simply don't have enough beds to treat all the growing community needs that we do have. So innovative programs like DART actually help us cope with our demand.
That's right.
So that's great. So from a patient's perspective, is there an improvement in wait times for them?
Yes, significant improvement. So oftentimes patients were referred from the emerge physician to an internal medicine doctor who then referred to a cardiologist. And this would all take over 20 hours, perhaps the patient not seeing the cardiologist till the next day and the nurse practitioner till the next day. We've cut that down to about 4.5 hours. So 75% improvement. And oftentimes during the day when the nurse practitioners like Mary Lou are in the emergency department, patients are seen within 5-10 minutes. So we've significantly cut their wait down.
Mary Lou, this question's for you. I often see you in the emergency department. You're a nurse practitioner there for the cardiac program. Explain a little bit about your role as a nurse practitioner first, and then we'll ask questions about maybe the DART program. So nurse practitioner, you've received special training to give you the ability to do more care, more interventions in the emergency department?
Yes, I work in collaboration with the cardiologists, and I see the patients bright and early in the morning before the cardiologist comes down to the emergency department. I get a full physical and personal history and clinical history on the patient, and I essentially start the ball rolling to see what testing might need to be done, what is their cardiac past, what is their history, what have they had done in the past, have they had angioplasties, have they had bypass surgery, who's their cardiologist. We need to obtain those old notes to try to coordinate their care so we really know where the patient's going from, because that's, or where the patient's been rather, so that way we know where the patient's going to be going in terms of their medical care. They may come in with a heart attack or with angina or heart failure or some rhythm problems. I will assess the patient, I will get them on the appropriate medications, I will start the teaching, start obtaining old notes and requisitions from their own cardiologist offices, and then when the cardiologist comes down later on in the morning or in the afternoon, go through their history and what's been going on, and we'll get a plan of care in place for the patient.
So you really do function as a big support for the physicians that work in the emergency department, getting these patients ready.
And for the patients as well.
Yes, for sure. And what kind of criteria would it take for a patient to enter this DART program in the emergency department?
Well, before implementing the DART program, we met with the nurse practitioners, cardiologists, and various managers all met. And we came up with some criteria for DART, which includes symptoms which are suggestive of angina. So people who have had heart attacks are not candidates for the program. And they have to have an ECG which does not show any new changes on the electrocardiogram. But their symptoms must be suggestive that something might be going on with the heart. So we have these criteria made up in advance. And when the patient comes into the emergency department, they're seen by the emergency physician. The physician will assess the patient, get a history, and they will refer to our criteria, and if they think the patient fits this criteria, they will refer them on to our DART program. We operate 24 hours, the referral process is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They come to Emerge, they're seen by the Emerge physician, they're referred to the DART program, and we usually see them within a couple days.
And so do the patients need admission to hospital like they normally do, or do you sometimes discharge them but with a good follow-up plan?
The whole purpose of DART is to help prevent admissions while at the same time expediting their care and their assessment by a cardiologist. So they will be seen by the Emerge physician. They will then be sent home with an appointment, which is usually within a couple days. Sometimes it's even the same day. And they will go home to wait for their appointment. A stress test, potentially, and an echocardiogram will be done the same day as the consult, and then we'll see them in consult. And if further testing needs to be done, then that will be determined at the time of the consult with the cardiologist.
Well, that's amazing. So that means that the patients don't have to wait for all of these important tests, that they actually get seen through the Emerge and there's immediate follow-up.
As Dana said, it used to be patients would come into emergency department, they'd be seen by the Emerge physician, and it was close to 24 hours before they'd be seen by the cardiologist. And then it'd be another day or two possibly before their testing was done. So these people were staying in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. Now we're getting them out of the emergency department within a few hours, and we're not compromising their follow-up care at all. They're getting in to see a cardiologist very quickly from home.
And is this program available across Ontario? Is it available in all hospitals?
Different hospitals have different programs. I'm not exactly sure how widespread it is, but this is something novel to our area, and we've come up with our own criteria, and it's something we're very proud of and think we're really making an impact.
And so Dana, this innovative program, it sounds like it's good for patients, it's good for the organization. It doesn't sound that there's many downsides to it. Introducing a new program, though, is sometimes difficult and challenging. Were there any challenges as you introduced this new program, and when actually did you introduce the program?
So we started in October, and we did do a phased-in approach.
October
2014 at Credit Valley site, and then at Mississauga and Queensway site in January 2014. Sorry, 13, October 13 for CVH, and then January 2014 for Mississauga and Queensway site. It was a huge collaboration. There were a lot of areas and people involved, and as we started to work out the process of how it would all work, we started to realize how many other areas we were affecting. We had to have collaboration from Emerge first and foremost, but the internal medicine physicians as well, DI, CDS, so we were far-reaching in our asks of other areas, but they all came forward and collaborated. Another challenge was our own cardiologists had to revamp their entire call schedule, and actually were willing to do that, and it was a big overhaul for them and a big change for them, and we couldn't have made this program work without the cardiologists and without our cardiac NPs for sure. They've driven it from the start. So we did do a phased-in approach, as I said, at each site, and just slowly working up. And we're still adding bits and pieces to the program and other patients with other cardiac issues that we can help in a timely manner the same way.
So you're changing and iterating in response to the needs?
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
So yeah, our next plan is AFib referral criteria, so that's heart arrhythmia, and we're hoping to start that up in the next couple of months.
Wow, great. Yeah. So Mary Lou, this must have changed your role. Did it change your role significantly? You were a nurse practitioner in the Emerge before.
My role is the same. It's really just, the area where I'm practicing my role has changed. It's similar patients. They're people I would have probably been seeing as an inpatient, and now I'm seeing them in the outpatient setting. So the role itself hasn't changed. It's where I implement my role has changed.
And including now atrial fib, which is a irregularity in the heart, you'll be seeing these patients as well.
Yeah, we've had so much success with our chest pain patients and our angina patients, and there's still lots of room to grow. We are still having a lot of people admitted for short term who potentially could be discharged home, providing there was early follow-up guaranteed with a cardiologist. So the atrial fibrillation is our next target population, and some exciting things ahead.
Yeah, congratulations on that front. I'm going to switch now to rehab, and I know, Dana, you know a lot about rehab care. Talk to us a little bit about Trillium's program for rehab.
So we have a cardiac rehab program that we refer 100% of our patients who've had a cardiac event, and they have, it's a combination again of people, interdisciplinary team, who deal with people after their event when they've had a chance to catch their breath at home and do a little bit of...
Literally sometimes?
Literally, yeah, exactly. And then we introduce more of the information, teach them how to exercise again. It's their heart, they're very nervous coming in, but you literally can see the change on their face when they're leaving the program versus when they came in. So it's a significant impact. People are hospitalized for such a short time, for such a big event in their life, and we give them information, but it's so overwhelming at the time of the event. And so we're trying to provide care once they leave the walls of the hospital. We're trying to extend that care to our patients just to make sure they're on the right road to recovery.
And I do understand that rehab is a key success factor for being able to stay healthy and well beyond your cardiac incident.
It is.
It's important.
It has been shown to decrease readmission for especially the exercise portion, for readmissions to hospital for cardiac events.
And so if I could picture the cardiac rehab program, because I've seen it, there's treadmills, you see people very active on these machines, and to look at them you couldn't tell that they just recently had a cardiac incident.
No. Yeah, it's amazing. I walked by one of our cardiac rehab exercise specialists the other day, and his patient had come in and with his wife, and he said to his wife, "You got to meet JD. He's the man who saved my life."
Oh.
So it's so impactful for them. You really can tell that it is life-changing when they come through the program.
Well, thank you both for your contributions to the cardiac program at Trillium Health Partners. You know, we've heard a lot today about the cardiac program, all of the different areas, but what's so exciting is some of the innovations that are happening both in the emergency department with the DART program. I think we've really learned a lot around cardiac catheterization and STEMI, working really in partnership with our EMS, our ambulance attendants, always calling 911. And so I really do appreciate all that you shared with us, and especially with our two patients who shared their personal stories. Dave Burns, who continues to be a volunteer with us, and of course Leila, who we just heard from. So thanks for joining me today. We learned more about the cardiac program. For more information, you can visit www.trilliumhealthpartners.ca, and thanks for joining. Thank you both.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media. You're watching Rogers TV Brampton.
we're back in session. Do a roll call? No. Okay. So we'll move forward then with Public Works. Dan, you're all ready to go? Good stuff.
Thank you. Any questions? Am I too loud? Can people, just a little test? Good? Well, you get an extra dessert if you listen through this, but because we make cake at the sewage plants too. But anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and I'll try to keep it exciting for you so you can get to the enabling and finance presentations, all full of energy. With me today is Radana Milkowski, who is our manager for the Public Works Financial Support Unit, and she will be trying to keep up to my page turning. Public Works delivers its services through 6 divisions, 4 of which are readily recognized by the community: water, wastewater, waste management, and transportation, and which also oversees our accessible transportation team, which is publicly branded as TransHelp. Our shared services are managed by the Operations Support Division, who host our public-facing water billing and meter programs and education and outreach services, as well as providing support to ourselves with police and paramedics and anybody else who has fleet needs. And our development services team's primary customers are builders and developers. So they're a small team, but generally well engaged with the city staff and your offices. Just again as a reminder, on the next slide, please, that while the organization structure and the names of the divisions are important, that is simply the administrative structure, and what really is critical, and the feedback that you give us every day relates to the services that we are responsible for. Now first, the Transportation Division. I'm going to spend a few minutes just kind of giving an overview for the public and for yourselves about some of our core services. The Transportation Division provides, operates, and supports a multimodal network and with all the services that hopefully meets the transportation needs of our residents and businesses. Within the standards set out in the Highway Traffic Act, we provide a consistent Class 1 level of service, ensuring that regional roads are kept in a good state of repair throughout their life cycle. On the waste management side, we collect and manage over 500,000 tons of waste for 330,000 single-family households and over 94,000 multi-residential households. As well, we do provide services to a number of business improvement areas, as well as schools and municipal facilities. In addition, the Waste Management Division operates and oversees operations of 6 community recycling centers, which are currently open. Overall, you can get access to our centers 7 days a week, at least 8 hours per day. In the utility program, and again, I provided you this in the briefing. The highlights really are just telling you that this is a very infrastructure-heavy business. But at the end of the day, it's about providing potable water to our residents and removing that wastewater when it's finished with. And besides serving the residents and businesses in Peel, we have various interconnections with Halton, York, and Toronto, resulting in about 8% of our total revenue comes from out of Peel. Now, as it relates to issues and trends, you heard during the orientation presentation that traffic congestion is a major area of concern for our residences and businesses. Commuter times keep on increasing, as do congestion-related costs. In fact, congestion-related costs such as reduced productivity of the labor force, inflated transport costs, which push up the price of goods, and the carbon equivalent costs of the fumes are anticipated to grow significantly over the next 20 years unless we change our collective behavior. And that's the collective behavior of the network. Peel's population is approximately 1.4 million right now, but it's expected to grow to almost 1.8 million by 2031 and likely 2 million plus by 2041. Population growth will strain the sustainability of our services, and will put additional pressures on all our infrastructure. Reduced mobility is one of the impacts of the aging population. We talked about seniors in the two previous presentations. It translates into a higher need for accessible transportation, an area that we have focused on over the past number of years and will continue to be our focus as we transition to new legislative standards that will be coming forward by 2017. Over the past few years, we have experienced severe weather events, such as the July rain event and then the ice storm last December of the same year. These events are becoming more frequent, as was noted earlier, severe in nature, and they're not easy to predict or budget for. Going to Councillor Gibson's points, dealing with these events requires significant resources, both human and financial. And at the same time, besides these kind of major events, I'd just like to, not that I have to remind you, but we've also experienced the last 2 years, last winter and this year, record cold events. And last year was the first year we had complaints about frozen water services. In over 20 years, we hadn't had a call on a frozen water service. Some of you know, you've been calling us. We've been getting calls again this year. And the call-out rate this year is a little higher than last year. Not huge, in excess of 100 calls so far, but still indicative of the impact that the climate change is having on us. As always, we are operating in the areas that are very highly regulated. And as the provincial and federal regulatory environment continues to evolve, we will continue to have to be agile to respond. Now, this slide demonstrates how gross expenditures are divided between the various programs in public works, totaling $543 million. And I would point out the water and wastewater programs themselves represent over 50% of our operating budget. And this chart just shows you the same budget, $543 million, broken down by main categories. And as you'll notice, our expenditures are predominantly driven by contribution to reserves in the amount of $208 million a year and contractual obligations with external organizations of approximately $150 million, which represents the magnitude that a lot of our services are contracted out. As per Steve Van Offwagen's presentation, which was the update on Peel's financial condition on January 22nd, reserve contributions provide Peel with necessary liquidity and financial flexibility to fund a sustainable state of good repair capital program. And I just remind members of council that at present, the replacement value of your public works infrastructure is in excess of $17 billion. So you put the $200 million in kind of a relative scale. It's significant, but so is the infrastructure we're requiring to take care of. Public Works is highly dependent on services delivered to our residents through external contracts, and some of the largest contracts are in the waste management, which include collection, recycling, and processing contracts, as well as haulage. Another large contract of mention is in our water program through the Ontario Clean Water Agency, or commonly known as ACWA, which runs Peel's water treatment plants and pumping stations for the South Peel water system, which is the lake-based part of our program. As noted during my briefing last month, wages account for only 19% of our total program costs. Now, this slide outlines where Public Works gets its funding from. And as you'll note, 56%, or just over $300 million of our expenditures, are borne by our utility rates for water and wastewater. And this is based on council's determination that this program be user pay in its orientation. And the balance of the majority of the budget, $185 million, is on the property tax. That's about 34% of our budget. The balance is funded through fees and service charges, reserve contributions, and charges to capital, which is kind of unlike public health and human services. We only get less than 2% of our operating budget comes from other levels of government. This slide just provides you the high-level departmental perspective of the net operating budget. So after the contributions from other sources of about 10% of the budget, the residual $488 million is here, and 60% of this budget is borne by the utility rate. And I'll go into more detail on the specifics. First, I'll speak to the tax-supported programs. Within our focus for this year, implementation of the waste reduction and resource recovery strategy will be our prime focus this year. We gave you, actually Norm Lee gave you a pretty complex presentation on the biweekly collection project the last council meeting. That will be a big part of the work we're doing this year. The PERC procurement process, so that's the Peel Energy Recovery Center, the Energy from Waste Facility project. And then working with the Waste Management Strategic Advisory Group in order to set out our game plan for the rest of our processing infrastructure. So those are the kind of the big pieces of work we're going to do. Impacting this budget is an option for council to consider in increasing service hours at 2 of our community recycling centers following last year's pilot. And I'll go into that a little bit more later. Within the transportation program umbrella, we will continue our work on the action plan with the Peel Goods Movement Task Force and all the other stakeholders that are engaged with this. As I mentioned during the orientation in mid-January, Council and the task force have identified 23 core action areas, and we've completed or operationalized about a dozen of them, about half. So in 2015, we'll continue to implement and finalize the remaining good movement action items. And at the end of the day, most of that will end up being operational work that we just incorporated in our program. Our focus on accessible transportation is reflected in this year's budget in 2 forms. First is the continuation of trip growth to support client demand, which continues to grow at the rate of at least 8% a year. And the next phase of work required to begin transitioning the organization to the new service model adopted by Council so that we can meet growth in demand and the new AODA, Accessible Ontario Disabilities Act standards by 2017. Now this slide identifies 2015 budget drivers for the tax-supported programs within Public Works. The base budget pressures related on this slide talk about, in effect, the cost of delivering the approved service standards and levels for the 2015 budget. A little over half of this proposed increase is directly related to inflationary pressures, a majority of which is realized within the waste management budget. While heavily outsourced, all our collection contracts include escalators for inflation and growth in household demand. Also impact this year's budget is the reduction in funding received by the waste stewards for our support of the Household Hazardous Waste Program. We previously reported on this. The province has, and I think in one of my updates late last year, has committed to trying to find a solution. But given that our funding in this program has declined by 50% over the last 5 or 6 years, we decided to be conservative in our estimates and just show the loss of revenue that we've been told we're going to get, and we'll deal with any changes coming out of the minister's trying to achieve his mandate requirement of having a new Waste Resource Act in place before the end of this government. We'll deal with it when it happens. The service demands, which I will get into more detail in the following couple slides, amount to $3.3 million. This brings the proposed 2015 net budget to $184.7 million, which is a budget increase of $8.4 million or 4.8%. So I'll go through all these. So the next 2 slides, I'm going to talk about the $3.3 million in service demands that are built into the budget. As I noted, on one of the areas that we've had council support on in the last number of years is the growth in accessible transportation program. So that's the first line for just under $500,000. So the work plan that council has adopted was planned to help meet our growing needs by increasing our capacity to deliver trips by 8% per year. As well, with the adoption of the Accessible Transportation Master Plan, we've incorporated some resources to help us implement it over the next few years. So this budget includes over 43,000 new trips. which include the need for 3 staff, primarily drivers, to support the growth in trips delivered by the fleet. It also includes 2 staff to support the first phase of the master plan implementation. In the early stages of the goods movement work, we managed using contract staff and students. So when we started the goods movement work, we took it on the basis of council would review the work we'd done, and if, as, and when it decided to continue this on, we would come back and deal with the resources. So we are now requesting 1 FTE in the transportation group to continue implementation of the goods movement strategic plan. The staff will continue in the development of short, medium, and longer-term transportation master plan work, implementation of a number of our infrastructure projects. And at the same time, there is no budget request because the position's already being funded. We're simply recognizing the full-time level of work that the Goods Movement Initiative adds to our work plan. Now, one of the big drivers in this year's budget, and will likely be in the next few years, is kind of actioning council's decision that the regions should pay for the full cost or recover or help pay for the full cost of services provided in the right-of-way. Traditionally, we manage the curb-to-curb work, and the area municipalities were responsible for things like sidewalks, trails, street lighting, that kind of thing. So in this year, you're seeing we finalized agreements late last year on the street lighting exercise. So a change of jurisdiction of who pays for those lumières in the regions right away is built in here at $2.2 million. Implementation of the advanced traffic management system this year in partnership with the City of Mississauga, and Brampton is coming right behind them, will also have a further financial impact of about $167,000. Hopefully, the whole purpose of the advanced traffic management system, I know Mississauga councillors have had probably more presentations from their staff on this, will be about actively managing traffic congestion, and that will hopefully kind of improve throughput. Cost of the maintenance of the newly built and yet to be opened, but soon to be opened, hopefully in the spring, the Emerald Cove Parkway is in there. Not huge, about $45,000. The capital piece will be part of the State of Good Repair program, but this is just basically the ongoing maintenance of the structures. The last item on this page reflects a proposal to increase hours of operation for 2 of our larger CRCs, Battleford and Brampton West. I previously reported on this issue following the conclusion of a 1-year pilot last year. The 2 additional FTEs that are built in will just help us extend operating hours of those 2 facilities for 6 months of the year, May to October, Monday through Thursday for 3.5 additional hours. So that's the equivalent, when you have all the part-times and everything else, it's the equivalent of 2 people for the balance of the year. So that's one. That is totally at your option. We've, as previously reported, we shut the pilot down in November. One of the things we learned in the pilot was there's not a lot of traffic in middle of February when it's minus 40 degrees on the pad. The busy time is spring, summer, and early fall. And that's where operating in the evenings, longer hours, take pressure off those queue lengths on the weekend. So more people coming out in the week, and actually I think we found Monday to be the busiest. So rather than spending your Sunday afternoon with the family sitting at the CRC line, you come during the week and you have more family time. So that one, totally your option. We're only recommending the 2 facilities, I would say, because they're the ones that can actually manage the extra hours. So the other sites didn't have the traffic, and it would just be a waste of taxpayers' money to keep them open. But again, we can monitor it and report back in future years. As outlined in the previous slides, the tax-supported portion of Public Works Services is in the proposed 2015 budget is $184.7 million. Now, I'll spend a few minutes on the utility rate side. Now, the business focus, we actually do a lot more than it's on this side, but given some of the term of council focus areas in the last term, bringing forward into this year, these three key points are really the big part of what's driving our work with you at the ward level and our work in the community. And they're all kind of, the first two are related. One around assessing our water and wastewater capacity, so making sure the system has enough ability to kind of manage growth and take care of things like storm events. And then specifically to the storm event issue, enhancing the integrity of our wastewater collection system. So working in conjunction with the conservation authorities and city, we're as a collective trying to bring different solutions to figure out ways of minimizing the impact on residents who are high risk to flooding during intense storm events. And we'll have a lot more work on that coming back to you later this year. And the final item, it doesn't have a lot of sub-bullet points, but it's important to us in that we're going to be working on, we are replacing the water billing system that we've had here for a number of decades. And the key interest part of this is a collective work that we're also going to be providing the stormwater financing billing functionality for the city of Mississauga. And that I've been told is we can't miss the January 2016 date, or they won't have the funding to do the work that council's already approved. City of Brampton staff are monitoring closely and we're working with them. City Council will review that at the appropriate time, and as well we're keeping the town of Caledon engaged, but they have different needs in that. For the budget drivers, similar to the tax supported programs, the utility rate program faces the typical base program pressure such as inflation related to staffing, contract obligations, and increased prices of services, as well as service demands. Now, in this area, one of our big drivers in the last number of years was hydro prices. Electricity is like one of our largest single expense items, close to $40 million a year we expend on hydro. The cost of bringing the water from Lake Ontario, 270 meters north, 30 kilometers uphill on two sides of the region. We spend quite a bit of money. We've done some excellent work with our energy services group to find ways of managing our demand and reducing costs. At the same time, this year, we won't take any kind of accolades for it, the province hasn't raised the rates so far. So energy is not on its own a pressure point this year as it has been in the last few years. Now, we also have other issues that drive our rates. This slide demonstrates the two main components of this year's increase, which is the increase we forecasted last year. The larger one, at 3.5% equivalency, is the cost of the state of good repair for the infrastructure assets that we have. And also, the budget incorporates a decision, or kind of a recommendation on our hand to recognize a reduction in our overall revenue base. And I'll go a little bit more detail in a few slides. So the key, though, is we forecasted 7% rate increase for this year, and we're still at the 7%, just we got there differently. Now, this slide outlines the 2015 drivers, which will make up the overall increase of $14.9 million on the utility side. 4.7 of the increase is related to the cost of delivering our service standards to all the new customers, all the new homes and businesses that are in place. It also incorporates the typical inflationary pressures related to contracts, materials, supplies, and staffing. The increase also includes $9.9 million for maintaining our capital infrastructure and utility programs. Some of the members from the previous council will remember we had a number of years at 6% increases for state of good repair. And after some work with the finance staff and our corporate asset management group, we believe that we can maintain sustainability of the system now at a 3% level. So there's the $9.9 million. The next slide gets into the, I'll call it some of the, non-discretionary, because they involve staffing. Over the last term of council, we took a number of measures to minimize staffing increases in this area. We actually finished the 2014 calendar year with the same number of staff that we started the previous term with on January of 2011. But for 2015, we've incorporated 3 new staff within the water and wastewater program, primarily to meet legislative mandates and to deal with kind of emerging customer service issues in relationship to dealing with things like frozen water services. And kind of the real new one is when customers phone to, they want their water turned off for plumbing work, the service in your driveway doesn't work. So now to help, to avoid the plumbers and that having to come back and charge the residents multiple times, we pre-visit the site to make sure it works. And if it doesn't, then we try to schedule a repair to make sure it's there. That's labor intensive. I would note on the other piece there's 2 staff in operations support, or 2 staff equivalents that we requiring to ensure the sustainability of the new billing system. One will be more technical, might end up being in our IT group, and the other one more kind of a super user. We're going live on the region side this year, and it'll be this year. There's no cost because we're going to fund it out of the capital project, but we want to make sure the staff are there as part of the beginning of the implementation. So in January, when we go live with the City of Mississauga, we don't have any oops. So once we go live in 2016, a portion of these staff will be funded by charges to the City of Mississauga, as we've already agreed. Now, the interesting piece in the budget, a little different than you've seen in a number of years, this chart showing you that over the last number of years, water consumption, both industrial, commercial, and institutional, has been in decline for a number of years. Now, we recognize the kind of non-residential was impacted by a bit of the recession, loss of manufacturing base, moving to dry logistics versus wet manufacturing kind of bases. But the issue on the residential side has been historically we've based our budget on setting a baseline revenue that assumes kind of a normalized use of the water, recognizing some years are going to be wet and some years dry. And over time, they normalize and the reserves are used to balance those differentials. The reality is that for a number of years now, we haven't had any normalcy in our historic trend lines. We're getting a lot of cold, wet summers. And cold, wet summers mean you don't use the water to irrigate. And when we get those heavy rainstorms, the stuff inflows into the sanitary system, and we spend a lot of money processing that extra flow at the wastewater side, and we don't bill on the basis of what gets through the sewers. It has to go through your water meter. So we consistently run deficits every year. So in sitting down, just trying to be sustainable over the longer haul, we've decided this year we need to take a step and just recognize that the base isn't there. And we're recommending in effect, we're going to reduce our revenue assumption by 2% as a base adjustment. Now, that doesn't impact expenses, but it reduces the amount of revenue. And when you do the calculation of costs over customers, it just means everybody pays a little bit more, 2%. Will this resolve everything? Likely not, but it's a first step towards getting the system back into sustainability. At the same time, I'd like to say and remind you that our rates remain competitive and we still sustain the lowest rates in the GTA. As already indicated by Mr. Van Offwagen in his presentation, this is the reality. Our rates basically exist, probably 40% less than the average of our competitors. So even with the 7%, and the blue lines on this chart reflect last year's, the 2014 approved rates for our neighbors. So even with our 7% proposal, we still exist way below everybody else. Now, speak a little bit on capital. and I won't get into the same level of detail as my colleagues because I think you want to leave before the end of the day. This slide here, and I think I've presented this one before, but it's really to reinforce the fact that a large portion of our capital plan is delivered by projects whose life cycles can and do take many years. I know some of you don't like that, but that's the reality. It takes many years to basically plan and execute a project. And this specific timeline is for a road widening, but we have similar project timelines for water projects, wastewater projects, and even things like PERC. We started, I think, 3 or 4 years ago on the journey of planning this, and if everything goes through, we're talking 2021, 2022 to basically commission. So we're talking a decade plus. I'd also like to add that in order to successfully deliver on this program, both on time and budget, we rely heavily on supports from a number of enterprise programs and services, especially real estate and property. And you'll get that'll be in the next presentation. They are well involved in the property acquisition stage of this, but they're also basically standing beside us at the environmental assessment piece. So when we're doing those public information meetings in your wards, we have real estate staff sitting there to kind of talk to residents who kind of want to ask questions about what are the impacts if my house is in the line, that kind of thing. So they are well engaged with us. We have literally hundreds of properties on hundreds of projects that are always in the system. And so in the next presentation, you'll get a piece there where we're looking for the 8 additional staff in legal and real estate to kind of continue to support us. So we go to this here, as mentioned in my number of slides there, we talk about projects that take many years. So that means the work I actually have on the books today is in excess of $2 billion, just shy of 1,100 projects. Probably about 70% of those are in active mode and 30% are kind of in that maintenance mode, warranty period, where we still kind of monitor what happened to the trees, what happened to the grass, did everything work out, did the roads settle fine, that kind of thing. So that's a significant part of the work we're doing today. This drives almost all our work. And once a year, at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, we bring back the reports on how we close these projects out. And generally, we've been returning money back into the reserves at the rate of about $40 or $50 million a year. So the 10-year capital budget includes a request for funding of $4.1 billion. And that's actually down from the last few years, but it's still significant. The plan includes about 45%, about $1.5 billion for state of good repair, 48% for growth projects, that's $1.9 billion, and then the balance of about 7% for those kind of growth-related projects that aren't covered by DCs. And generally, they're waste projects because waste is not an eligible expense under the DC Act. Now, under the State of Good Repair Plan, I think you've seen similar slides from everyone so far. We're talking about $1.5 billion in total, of which about $400 million of this is related to our road network, and about $1.1 billion for our utility program. Our life cycles are longer than most of the building life cycles you're used to. So some of the linear assets, the underground assets should last. They don't always, for those who have ductile iron in their neighborhoods. But in excess 60, 70, 80 years. And the road stuff, if we manage them well, we can get a good 50 years before having to redo the underground pavement. And the good news here is we have zero debt position on our State of Good Repair program. Now, as of note, our wastewater program will be informed by more work that we're doing with the municipalities in the conservation area. So we do have markers in the budget, likely in excess of $200 million for inflow and infiltration over the next 10 years, but specific projects will evolve as we work through those neighborhood plans. For 2015, the proposed budget includes a request for funding of $318.8 million. Most of that is state of good repair, about 71%, and the growth projects are only about 24%. And the lower growth allocation is a result of our attempts to defer projects out a few years and support a council's direction to defer debt issuance for a while reviewing the implications of places to grow and the 2041 population amendments that you're going to be looking at as far as the official plan. Next slide, just want to go to the next few slides, just at a very high level. The road growth program has just about $842 million over the next 10 years. And I know you in your budget documents, you've got bigger maps. So I'm not expecting you to read all the boxes, and I can provide more detail as requested. These are the key projects that we're going to be working on in the next 4 or 5 years as far as a planning point of view. On the water side, the number is a little less, $678 million. And then on the wastewater side, again, a smaller number, $403 million. So we've done a lot of the plant work. Now it's just filling in the gaps in our transmission systems to bring it all together. So in summary, the net operating budget on the tax-supported side for Public Works is $184.7 million. The utility rate-supported program, which will be supported by user pay billing to our clients, $303.3 million. It does include a utility rate increase of 7%. The capital budget, the 10-year capital plan currently is proposed at $4.1 billion, and this is the plan that will form the basis of the upcoming development charge review as well. And the specific approvals for projects to move forward in the 2015 capital budget is $318.8 million. As I earlier indicated, the majority of that, about over 70%, is just related to state of good repair. And then the staff request that's embedded in this budget proposal is a total of 13 staff, or 1.3% growth in our staff population. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. I'd be open for any kind of questions or comments.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Frank. I mean, Mr. Chair. Smartass, yes. Thank you, Dan, for your for your presentation. And first, before I get into my questions, I just really wanted to thank Nectar Tamponkopoulos. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Awesome job on the weekend with keeping me informed on a major water main break in my area. So, in fact, we had to deliver some bottled water because it was an extended time that they were without water. So I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
On the FTEs, I'm just a little curious. In your presentation, you said that you were requesting 13 FTEs. And on page 48, 7.1-59, which may come under somebody else's presentation, but the total FTE request for Public Works was 7. So I'm just wondering what...
Well, I think the one's a tax-supported section, then there's a utility rate support section.
Okay.
So if you go into the utility rate supported section, I think you'll find 6. I don't have the page number.
If you can just clarify that for me at a later point.
Yeah.
Also, on the water volume, I think given the trajectory going down, and we are seeing these decreasing trends, and the fact that the stormwater fees, at least for Mississauga, are going to be on the bills, but there's probably going to be a greater attention being paid to water bills in general, and probably usage. So in the future, how are you going to, I guess that 2%, is that going to be offset by... How are we going to deal with that volume risk going forward?
Obviously, we're going to have to continue maintaining awareness of how we're tracking against those trends. These are consumption per customer, but what we're producing, what we're planning to sell in the model is actually higher. Because we're always basing it on, we'll have a couple good years where we'll get extra revenue. Literally, in the utility rate budget, I know many of you are probably used to being bang on budget, but on the utility rate budget, weather can influence my revenues 5% either way. And generally, we say plus or minus 5, it's a good year. Now, our finance colleagues don't see the same way. They like positive 5, but they don't like the negative 5. All we've been getting the last, I think, 4 years is negatives. And I think the preliminary findings from 2014 will even be heavier. And historically, we just take it out of the reserves. Okay. But we're starting to run out of that. That stabilization reserve won't stabilize anymore. So for the average resident, all they'll see is my water rate went up because we only bill them on what they use. It's just from a planning point of view, we're planning to sell more water than we actually sell.
So it's completely based on a variable rate,
and
so we're going to look to
yeah.
put in some fixed costs?
Well, when we, if I could take a couple seconds, Mr. Chairman, about 3 years ago when the original water billing project came up, Council asked us to look at all different models that could be integrated into a new billing. If you're going to do a new billing system, let's look at the rate. And we know our system's heavy fixed costs, 85+% of our costs are fixed. Whether the water goes out or not, the costs are there. So we looked at that as a model. We looked at block rates that charge more in the summer because the highest use is in the summer. We actually designed the systems for the hottest day in July when everybody's sprinkling their lawns. In January, the system's running at 50% of capacity. But we build the systems to manage, peak flow and fire flow requirements and those kinds of things. So heavy fixed costs. We looked at about, I can't remember, Sean, about half a dozen, five, six different kind of models. The council's direction was to stay with the fully variable rate. For the primary reason was it was the one that contributed the best to enforcing conservation because you paid for what you use at 100%. The other piece, one of the realities in our analysis that we did was any other model that we did. So going to a fixed rate model, we would basically shift costs from large users to small users if you're going to fixed costs, which meant we would basically impact, in some cases, doubling the costs to low-income families across the region. So primarily on the focus of maintaining conservation is our key focus, and that was a term of council priority to reduce average consumption. But remember, we're a growing municipality, so reducing consumption in a growth mode means you just don't spend as much on new infrastructure. So that was the key piece. But again, if council would like us to kind of bring that back and revisit it, the system we're implementing can do any basically model, but we wouldn't do it right now. We want to make sure that we recommend we do more public consultation on something as dramatic as changing the way water rates are allocated. But again, if council would like us to bring that back in this term, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I think my concern long term is that we make sure that there's going to be enough money there to make those infrastructure improvements, and if the usage keeps going down, then we're going to be left with a huge funding gap.
So if I could, some of the members might, a few of you, not too many, in the 90s were cutting rates and running surpluses every year because it was hot every year. So what we don't know in the environment is this a systemic change in the trend, or just we're going through a bad cycle. So it's something we have to be on top of. And the last number of years we've just put it off as, well, next year we'll have a good one. Well, after 4 years in a row of almost $10 million deficits per year, we need to kind of start addressing it. So this is a first step within the target we had set, or council had set for us. We'll continue to monitor and bring that back.
Okay, thank you. And I think that was on the FTEs, when we, for slide 23, for water, to comply with the Ontario One Call Act, we have 3 FTEs.
Well, yeah.
And that's $300,000. Is that just for the labor costs? Is it, $100,000 per FTE, or how does that work?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the slide, it says "and emergency work." So really, only one staff person is being assigned. We want to assign to the Ontario One Call. When that came out, the idea was that we improve service for people looking for locates. What we've seen is a 400% increase in the request for locates. And the provincial technology solution hasn't been much of a solution. So we're literally running a paper-based system. And as some members of council who I've probably had a few conversations with, why is it taking 4 weeks to get a locate done? So we're managing most of this with external resources as far as doing the locates. We're also dragging our staff in when we have to. Emergencies we do ourselves. This is really about trying to help administer the system so we can avoid getting fines under the Act, which can go as high as $10,000 per event. And we don't think we're going to get hit there yet because there's too many hiccups in the system. But 400% increase is way beyond what anybody expected. And it will slow down, but we do need to kind of deal with this because it's an issue of risk. And the other two staff really to help manage the system that grows every year by 200 to 300 kilometers of linear infrastructure and dealing with those service repairs that I talked about as far as the driveway turnoffs and things like that.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Good presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you very much. I was hoping to get an answer in this presentation to an article I read in the paper this morning. In the GTA section of the Star, it talked about putting out RFPs to 4 companies for the new incinerating facility. When you look on page 28, you've got Waste Management Capital at $548.3 million. Can you explain to me how much of that is going to go into the 2015 part of building that incinerator?
Well, thank you. Of that $548 million, a little north of about $508 million is related to the PERC project. We don't expect to do the RFP this year. I think the reference was to we've pre-qualified 4 consortiums to basically be part of the process. The RFP itself won't be, if it does get issued this year, and we still have a meeting with the minister, with the 3 mayors and the chair coming up, I believe, in March. That'll be the next milestone that we'll have to bring back. But we're not going to spend a lot besides some preliminary engineering stuff this year, but $500 million of that is the one project.
One of the things I found a bit odd in the article, and you don't believe everything you read in the newspapers, of course, is that you based approval of the incinerating plant on 800 interviews by phone, and 73% approval is what the article said.
No, if I could, as part of the process, we did a little consultation. There was a lot of public meetings. Council's direction was actually, this was just, the surveying was just one little piece of a number of channels of information that came to council, but the direction was from council. Okay. It wasn't based on a telephone survey that was done. It was just supportive of it.
I just needed that clarified.
Yeah.
Also, I spent the last 4 years reading the papers extensively, and Clarington and Durham seem to have a lot of problems building their plant and getting the numbers up to make it sustainable. I hate doing this to you, Dan, but you got 50% new kids here, including me. Is there a possibility you could do a presentation to us on all the essence of how you arrived at the feasibility of building our own plant? And could you include in that maybe some of the experiences of the Durham build and how much garbage they need to actually burn to break even or to make it worthwhile?
Be happy to bring that back. I'm kind of expecting it. For $500 million, I would expect at least one question.
I'm glad I was able
two.
to fulfill your dreams.
So that's a tick. The difference between us and York, if I could, Mr. Chairman, is we ran an EFW program with an external contractor for 20 years. So we started off understanding the business a lot better. Their biggest challenge was having to find a spot to put the facility. They spent 7 years doing that, but the feedback I got was they did their first burn just the other day. Yes. So it's being commissioned as we speak. And if anything, the feedback from my colleague in Durham was, I wish I had doubled the capacity. but that's their process. Our process was really around making sure we spent a lot more time on the strategy for reducing waste, and the incineration was the last piece, because we wanted to be able to show we're not going to have to, as they call it, feed the beast. And I think we've done a relatively good job on showing that to council and the public, but love to bring back something. If you enjoyed the bi-weekly presentation that Norm did last week, you'll like a similar 50-slide show on the PERC process.
Well, I would say for $500 million, I'm going to enjoy it thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I would also hope that we do put some of the experience of the other plant in, just so we know what they've been up against and what we're doing better.
We're well engaged. I meet my colleague every 3 months. And we actually had a meeting a few years back with the two chairs, because it's a joint project, Durham and York. And the two chairs hosted a little lessons learned workshop for other municipalities that were looking at getting
And you
into
took notes?
And we took notes.
Good. So if we could get the history of how we've gotten to this point.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
And where we go. Okay, thank you very much.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Thanks for the $500 million question, Councillor Parrish. Appreciate it. And actually, it's an excellent suggestion, because I think, to bring it back and update everyone, especially with half the council being new, it's a good idea. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my question was on the same item, Dan, so you weren't going to get off anyway on it.
Two questions.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea for you to bring back a presentation, because we do have a lot of new councillors here. But given the fact that it is in the media now, and we are already, I'm sure other members of council are, I've had a few emails about it. What do you mean you're spending $500 million? What's this on? And having been part of the process for a long time, going right from the beginning, but I don't have at my fingertips the quick and dirty response that I think I would like to have, not waiting for a full presentation. So I was going to ask if staff could prepare just something very brief, that when a resident, sends an email in saying, I just read that, you're going to spend $500 million. Is this going to save us money? What's it going to do? Just basically maybe encapsulate that huge business presentation we had into a couple of lines on, that we can answer, saying that this is what it's going to do, how the cost is going to be dispersed over a period of time for the construction, and where we see the business case at the end of the day. And the future business case. Just something very simple that we can use as a response
we can do that.
prior to the presentation. I'd
We,
appreciate that.
in effect, kind of did that when the STAR folks phoned up and to get some facts. So.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Mahoney. All in favor of receipt? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving along to enterprise programs and services. Gilbert.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council. I'm pleased to be here today to provide you an overview of the recommended budgets for 2015 Enterprise Program and Services. I have with me Jeff McRae, Manager of Enterprise Program Services Finance Support Unit. So a quick overview of who we are. We saw this presentation a few weeks ago. We're basically three pillars: finance, corporate services, service innovation, information and technology. And we provide the services that are identified below those through three blue buckets. In terms of where we sit within the organization, we are an enabling function within the organization and provide shared services to our partners, Public Works, Health Services, Human Services. And we also provide these services to external parties, or such as police and the conservation authorities. From a budget perspective, the gross expenditure for 2015 sits at $130 million, and is broken down in the following sections, with 65% of that cost going to labor costs. In terms of the funding source, 57% of the funding comes back from recoveries, both current recoveries as well as capital recoveries, while 47% comes through tax supported. It is important to note that the tax-supported portion of 2015 has a 3.1% increase compared to 2014. However, from a percentage basis, it remains the same of the overall cost. In terms of the budget drivers for the net operating costs, they're broken down primarily with the annualization on inflation at $2.6 million. That is offset by recoveries in reserves of $1.3 million and efficiencies of $500,000. You will recall a couple of weeks ago we made reference to some of those efficiencies, which includes a reduction in software maintenance of about $300,000 for this year. In terms of service demands, we're looking at a capital induced for PAMA, as well as a new data center totaling $700,000. My colleague Dan spoke about the property acquisition services, the 8 FTEs that have no budget implications in our budget. From a capital perspective, maintaining the infrastructure, or state of good repair as we refer to it, so we've got $5.7 million in the 2015 budget, primarily to maintain information technology assets, office facilities, as well as PAMA facilities. If we look at the non-DC funded growth and other council priorities, we're at $6.9 million, broken down by enhanced service delivery, green lands, securement, energy and environmental sustainability, strategy initiatives, and long-range planning. Last, DC funded growth at $600,000 for development charges update, the official plan review, and studies. From a 10-year perspective, we're looking at a $91.6 million for maintaining the infrastructure, $79 million for non-DC funded growth, and other council priorities, and $3 million for DC funded growth. In summary, the highlights of the budgets for the EPS group this year is broken down with $130 million for the gross expenditures, net operating budget of $49.8 million, an additional 8 FTE funded through capital. The capital budget itself has a total project cost of $13.2 million, while the long-term plan for capital stands at $173.6 million. I promised to be quick, I was. Questions?
I don't see any, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fonseca, seconded by Councillor Medeiros for receipt. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen, are you ready to come and give us a summary?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, to summarize briefly, and this presentation will be even briefer than Gilbert's, at this time, Council has reviewed the 2015 budget presentations from each of the external agencies, as well as from police services and conservation authorities. Today, Council also heard detailed budget presentations from each of the regionally controlled programs. With respect to Councillor Sato's request this morning, I can confirm now that the annualization of impact related to paramedic services for the hours being added this year is around $360,000, and that has been factored into the forecast for 2016. No other program had an annualization impact. It was simply in the paramedic program. Moving to the next slide. So this, one back, please. As noted, the 2015 budget proposes a 0.8% property tax increase with an average residential impact of $33 per household for an average assessed value of $452,500 and an average small business impact of $58. It also includes a 7% utility rate increase, which has an average residential impact of $39, as well as an average small business impact of $98. This slide summarizes the impact by various organizations, the external agencies, as well as the regional programs, as well as showing the benefit of the provincial upload of 0.7%. Again, a 0.8% property tax increase is proposed at $33 per residential impact. This slide summarizes the 5 scenarios that we showed last week in terms with respect to the regionally controlled at 1.9% net levy or 0.8% property tax, with an average increase or an average percentage of 42% on the average tax bill. City of Mississauga's budget has been approved, so the Mississauga Council, I believe, understand what their all-in number is. They believe it's at 2.2%, so you won't have to match up to any of the numbers that are on this slide. Both Brampton and Caledon budgets are still in progress, so those numbers would help the Brampton and Caledon councillors. And that concludes my update.
Thanks, Stephen. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming you're looking for someone to move this budget?
Yes. I think the other suggestion is because some have declared a conflict of interest with respect to the economic adjustment, it's to deal with salaries and benefits.
That would be me as well.
Right. Like my suggestion would be that we deal with that first, and then we'd ask you to leave at that time, and then to come back and deal with the rest of the budget.
Okay, I would be happy to move the budget, Mr. Chairman, other than that portion of it. Before you do ask us to leave, I also wanted to make a request to our Chief Administrative Officer and our senior staff. At the City of Brampton, we've been going through our budget process, and we've tried to do a lot of community consultation. As we get to the end of the process, we would like to ask the Region of Peel to come and do a budget presentation, somewhat like we did a number of years ago, so that the residents of our municipality sees the overall impact and the overall services that they are paying for through their property tax system. So an official request, we did discuss it at the City of Brampton Budget Committee. We would really like to have you come and let the residents of Brampton know more about regional services. And other than that, I would like to commend regional staff for the budget that they have brought to us, and also like to recognize that you have consistently over the last few years worked with the area municipalities, recognizing that we do not have the provincial upload, and that it's much more difficult for us to bring in a budget even below the rate of inflation without the support and help of the Region of Peel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will look forward to the invitation, even though our dance card is pretty full. We'd be very, very happy to come and do our budget presentation all over again in Brampton.
Thank you. We'd like a shortened one.
Yes, we'll do the highlights, certainly. And in regard to your last comment, Councillor Miles, this is why we continue to show this slide here, because it's our belief that there is one taxpayer, municipal taxpayer, and our portion here at the region is just one component of what we will end up taxing them. So we have worked closely with the area municipalities over the last few years to keep that focus in mind.
Thank you.
We'll get David a new pair of tap shoes.
Okay.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of the budget process at the City of Brampton, we're currently asking non-union senior management and...
We're going to have to leave this.
Okay. Should we wait then?
Well, we can't be here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this with respect to salaries?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll wait then.
Why don't you bring that up when the motion comes forward? I would suggest you do that. Is there any... Did you have any other questions, Councillor? Okay, well, I think I would suggest you bring that up when they leave the room. Councillor Ross.
Thanks, and I know we're all really excited to pass the budget, but I did have a couple of questions on the fees under section 7.1-62. For PAMA, we're increasing the facility rental by about $125 from $200 to $325. I'm just wondering if we're pricing ourselves out of the market. Euler?
I think Carla may have an answer on the fees around PAMA and the increase.
If you could come down, please, yeah.
Join the crowd.
Come on down.
Yeah, come on. Sorry.
Go, dear.
Here. Thank you,
Get your
Dan.
own mic and everything.
Thank you for the questions through you, the chair. We've done some comparison with other museums and art galleries in regards to fees across Ontario and actually across Canada and wider than that. So we're happy to bring back those results if you would like to share them with you to make sure that we are competitive. I think we've been on the low side.
Okay. Yeah, I think my concern was that you're just starting to build momentum and brand recognition in the community. So to, have the fees jump so significantly, then that just might come back down. So that was my only concern there. And my other question, not related to PAMA, so thank you very much. And I don't know if anybody on staff can, or it comes under the records search unit 7.1-73. And yes, I read every single page you send me. Police criminal record checks. It looks like we're getting rid of the fee for criminal record checks.
If I don't have that data available to me, and I'll have to consult with staff to see where that's coming out of.
Okay, it goes from 45 to 0.
Oh, sorry, that's within the police budget.
Right.
And
so do we have any intel on that, or why they would
we could
go
certainly
from?
follow up with them
Okay.
and request that information, but we don't have that available here today.
Thank you. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you.
Stuff. Okay, thank you. What I would suggest is we'll separate the motion with respect to the economic adjustment, and those that have declared a conflict, I would ask that they leave it this time, and then we'll deal with that. And Councilor Medeiros, you had some questions when they leave the room. I would ask that you go first to ask any questions that you have with respect to that.
You have to sit back there.
2%. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2. Let's try it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I was saying, as part of the budget process at the City of Brampton and considering our current financial situation, we've asked staff to come back and provide us consider a wage freeze for non-unionized senior management and council. Considering also the examples that, mayors here in this room have provided with, a mayor from Brampton cutting her salary and mayor from Mississauga freezing her salary, we'd like to request that we separate the 2% increase, 2% COLA increase for non-union regional staff be separated from the budget, and I'd like to request a recorded vote as well.
That is the actual intent now, to have it separated, and I can call for recorded vote if there's other speakers. There's Councillor Thompson. Okay, I think if I'm correct, it's exactly what we were going to proceed in doing, is that there's a motion with respect to the economic adjustment, and the reason it's separated from the total budget is because some councillors have declared a conflict of interest with respect to that. So I think Councillor Medeiros is just agreeing that it should be separated, voted on separate. Is that no?
I believe the budget as is, and if we vote on the budget with the inclusion of the 2% increase for COLA, I think myself and many of the Brampton councillors will not support the budget as is. So we would like to vote on the items separately.
And that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I just said. Okay.
Is that clear?
Councillor Thompson?
The one thing is my understanding was for council and upper management, not non-unionized staff. My concern is I'd like to know what the impact is, because if you look across Ontario, that's what happens when you do that. You immediately trigger non-unionized become unionized. So be careful what you ask for. to me, I think that's something I want to be extremely cautious at. I would like to know what the cost savings was, even on doing that with staff. If you look at the breakdown across when you go through the books, will there, even if we do that, what would the savings be? And will it impact the overall budget? And my question is, will it? I guess, especially if it's council and upper management versus all non-unionized staff. So I'd like to have those clarifications. Is there any way we can find that out?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have the breakdown by management versus the non-management, but roughly half of the staff are non-bargaining staff.
Right.
So, but we have the breakdown on what the impact would be on a 0.5% adjustment on the economic adjustment overall, and it's about $480,000 on the tax on the property taxes. It won't drop the 1.9 net levy to 1.8.
It won't do that. That's what I didn't think.
It wouldn't do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Parrish.
Well, I just wanted to clarify what Councillor Medeiros is doing is he's taking our increase around this table away, which is fine with me, but he's also taking it away from all the non-union employees, which is not fine with me. So I don't know how you do that. You separate it out even further and say the non-union employees are in a different category than the people sitting around this table? I mean, people who want to give up their increases, go ahead. Who cares? We're individuals, we can do it. But I don't want to give them up for the non-union workers up here.
The question you asked, we could do that.
A triple whammy separation out?
We could if
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Seeing Councillor Yanika.
Thank you. Just to add, Mr. Councillor Medeiros may be aware of it, but maybe not. I guess it's going to be 7 or 8 years ago. It predates some of the councillors here, many of you. I put the motion at the City of Mississauga Council, and we ended up freezing our salaries, the council. I think it was 4 or 5 years. I won't do the math for you, but if I or my wife lived to 82, it cost me $140,000. Happy to give it up, and my motion was that the province and everybody else do the same. In the time we did it, some firefighters got a 16% settlement increase by arbitration. The Premier wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, wouldn't take away arbitration. So we just sort of took it on the chin, didn't amount to 10 cents on anybody's tax bill. So my answer when it comes up to me and Mike, I'm happy to do it a second time, so long as some of the other people do it for a first time and nobody else did it. And what we need at the provincial level is to clean up all the other problems that we have, especially arbitration, et cetera, et cetera. Then I'd be only too happy again to freeze that portion of my salary for another 4 or 5 years, like all my colleagues did as well, by the way, going back 6 or 7 years. Amounted to nothing because we showed leadership and nobody else would follow. And McGuinty went out of his way to say, we're not touching it with a 10-foot pole, we're not going to argue with collective bargaining, and we're not touching the arbitration system. But happy to do it a second time when everybody else does it a first time. Thank you.
Okay. Just clarification, and I think I'll go to Councillor Medeiros just to clarify in what Councillor Parrish interpreted it as. Were you asking for a freeze for 4 years, or was it a free, like, I didn't think your motion was to freeze anybody's salary here. You were just indicating what Brampton was suggesting.
Well, no, based on, and I think it's just from our perspective, it'd be disingenuous if we're at the city level asking our senior staff. So I want to be clear, we're looking at senior management and council to take a wage freeze, and that's what we're asking to separate from the current budget as is. And that's you know, speaking to some of the Brampton councillors, that's a mutual feeling that we have, and we think that.
Okay, then what I will do then is I'll read a motion. We'll take a vote on a motion on the 2%. I'll add an amendment to the motion. The motion is for a 2% economic adjustment, and then I'll do an amendment to take Councillor Parrish's motion as an amendment to that for councillor to freeze councillors.
Well, I'm not saying I'm separated. I'm not voting for either one of them. No increase.
Or no increase? Okay.
I was.
Well, let me read it. Let me read what I've got here. Yeah. Yeah. The amendment would be that regional councillor's salary not increase in 2015. Okay. I thought that's what he was asking. So, just to be clear, and Councillor Medeiros, isn't that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
Okay. So it's your
Not
amendment.
4 years, 2015, councillors and senior management.
Okay, so I should add and senior management.
But I thought Councillor Parrish.
All non-unionized staff.
Senior management.
Okay.
Well, how's that defined?
Is that commissioner, commissioner director, commissioner?
I mean,
Councillor Parrish.
The ladies that have closeted themselves because they can't vote on union positions and lower level positions, can they vote on senior level positions?
at least, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
At least one of the councillors, family members who works here, I believe, is in a supervisory position. So you really have to define what you mean by management, senior management. We have a presentation that will show you why we've put the recommendation that we have in terms of conference board and other settlements, other municipal settlements, and expected wage increases. We used to, a number of years ago, try and do the same wage increases at the four municipalities, cities, and over the last few years, the cities have made their own decisions. So in Brampton's case, in the last couple of years, they have put up increased senior management salaries, and changed salary bands differently from what we have done here. We have made no changes here. I know at the city, in the town of Caledon, they increased their senior salaries there. We didn't increase them here. So you no longer have relativity. We have a whole internal equity system that we use when we're setting salaries, and we also go out to the market every 2 to 3 years to compare our salaries to market. So these aren't arbitrary numbers we put before you, and we can certainly show you the thinking and the math behind them if you like.
Councillor Parrish?
Well, we just put through an increase for our senior staff to try and catch them up to Brampton.
Yeah.
So this is making no sense to me at all. What goes on at individual municipalities goes on at individual municipalities. What goes on here is quite different. We can't blend them anymore. We lose staff to Brampton, so we moved our senior staff up. So if they want to freeze theirs for a couple of years, that's great, because we'll stop losing people to Brampton. So you guys go ahead. But I still want it clarified. If Councillor Medeiros wants to just freeze senior staff here, which I don't agree with, then I think the people in the other room should be able to come in and vote on that. That's very important.
Okay, they certainly should be able to come in and vote on their own, on the councillor's portion. And I would ask them to come in for that. You've raised a good point with respect to the senior management. I think they'd have to make their own interpretation whether they're in conflict or not.
Okay.
Depending on where their family member is situation. But we still need, I still, before I call the vote and call them in, need clarification, and through Councillor Medeiros again, I guess, is what the definition of senior management is. Are we talking commissioner, director, below, just commissioner, CAO and commissioner? I need clarification with respect to that.
I'm on the board.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Rask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just generally, we're about to pass a $2 billion budget. There wasn't a whole lot of pushback on whatever staff brought forward. I think this is politically sexy if you want to freeze it, but it doesn't even equate to a rounding error. So if we're going to get serious about reducing budgets, I think it's going to be in other areas. This isn't it. I have no issue freezing my salary. I think we're very well paid, but let's be real about this. So that's just all I wanted to say.
Mayor Jeffrey.
I think Councillor Medeiros was trying to alert the people around this table to something we're doing at the City of Brampton, and obviously we have some heavy lifting to do. I think the intent was to tell you that we wanted to vote against this portion as we go into our conversation at our budget table, not to open it to provide any kind of streamlining or breakdown of this particular part of the motion. So we will find a way to resolve this at our table. We're not trying to put anybody else on the line. We're not trying to open the budget. We're just speaking to the salary portion of the 2015 regional budget, which includes a 2% non-union salary band adjustment. Brampton members will not be voting for that portion of it, so that when we go into budget deliberations with our staff, that we are consistent in our messaging. I think that that's the confusion. We don't want any other further clarification on that, and I believe that's what Councillor Medeiros' intent was.
Okay. If that's the intent, then I would suggest that we go back to the original motion. That was the salary portion of the 2015 regional budget, which includes a 2% non-union salary band adjustment, be approved. That be the motion. And then if the partners are willing to, or councillors are willing to withdraw the so-called amendments, and then you can vote either for it or opposed to it at your will, if that's what the intent is from members of Brent. It makes it clean and simple if that's the intent. And there was a recorded vote asked as well. Councillor Parrish.
I would be delighted to withdraw my amendment, but I would like clarification. If you're talking about a 2% band on non-union, do the ladies in the back room get to come in here or not?
No. That's why it's separate. That's the whole, one of the main reasons that it was originally separated from the
because they would have family members that work in non-union positions.
Right. And that's where they're declaring their conflict of interest.
I just find this a very interesting way of dealing with the municipality of Brampton by subjecting the region of Peel to this, but I won't be supporting
actually,
it.
Councillor Parrish, it would have been done anyways. It was just for...
No, I know.
Yeah.
I don't get the politics of this. Okay. Yeah, or I do get it.
Well, I was getting a little confused myself, but that's why I kept asking. Yeah. All those in favor then, because it was a recorded vote asked, all those in favor of the motion? I can read it. I'll read it again, just for... Jesus. That the salary portion of the 2015 regional budget, which includes a 2% non-union salary band adjustment, be approved. So this is just this is on the non-union salary. Correct.
All those in favor are Councillor Carlson, Councillor Downey, Councillor Fonseca, Councillor Iannica, Councillor Innes, Councillor Mahoney, Councillor Parrish, Councillor Raz, Councillor Shaughnessy, Councillor Starr, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Toby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12.
And then you ask the opposed, did you do it?
Yep.
Okay.
All those opposed, please rise. Councillor Gibson, Mayor Jeffrey, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, carries.
Okay, now do we I'd ask that the other members come back into council.
Yeah.
We'll just wait a second for them.
Carries. One, make sure they've got the right one.
I've asked the clerk to put it up on the screen for us so you can. But just to be clear, we did, council did vote on the salary portion, and then we've just asked the members that had left the meeting for that purpose to come back to deal with the overall budget. It's before you. Councillor Miles, I believe, moved this, or was it her intent? So she's moved this. I need a seconder. I will. Okay, so that's Councillor Thompson. Is there any discussion on this? I think we can take it as read, unless you want to hear me read it all. All right. All those in favor then? See hands. Opposed, if any? Unanimous, I guess. Carried. Thank you. So there are no communications and bylaws.
Now, if we want to do, Councillor Miles had a couple of.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor
Okay.
311 and the 911.
Yeah.
311.
Okay. Actually, the clerk just reminded me that there were some motions that wanted to come forward by other councillors at budget time. I can read them for you. The first one was, whereas each of the region appeals area municipalities and the region have a 311 call center, and whereas there may be cost efficiencies if the 311 call centers were consolidated, therefore be it resolved that each municipality be requested to complete a joint review of the 311 multi-channel, example phone, web, mobile service delivery experience, and further that the regional staff report back to regional council prior to consideration of the 2016 operating and capital budget, and further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the area municipalities. And I think that was Councillor Miles, I believe, that raised that. So you're pleased to move this, and who would like to second it? Councillor Starr would second it. All those in favor then? Opposed, if any? Carried. And then was this Councillor Parrish?
No,
that was her.
also Miles.
Okay. And this, I separated, this is the second one, I believe it was Councillor Miles. Whereas there are two separate call centers for fire and police services, and whereas there may be cost efficiencies if the fire and police call centers were combined, therefore be it resolved that the Peel Regional Police Services Board be requested to review the current arrangement with respect to 911 calls, including fire dispatch, to ensure it is an efficient and cost-effective arrangement, and further that the area municipalities be requested to work with the Peel Regional Police Services Board in relation to the review, and further that there be a report back to Regional Council on the review prior to consideration of the 2016 operating and capital budget, and further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the area municipalities for endorsement. So that's moved by Councillor Miles, seconded by Councillor Downey. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Moves us into bylaws. Bylaws moved by Councillor Shaughnessy, seconded by Councillor Gibson, that the bylaws and the Regional Council budget agenda, being bylaws 10-2015 to 14-2015 inclusive, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Other business, we're right down to the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Fonseca, seconded by Councillor Unica, that bylaw 15-2015 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held on February the 19th, 2015, to deliberate the 2015 budget and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the region's bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Yeah, just before we move into adjournment, I want to thank council today, and staff. But also, we had scheduled. There's a council meeting next week, but then the 12th of there was a meeting for May, which I think we or 12th of March. Sorry, March. So I'm just wondering if we agree to cancel that and just have the one meeting in March at the end. If everybody okay with that? All right. Yeah, all in favor. Let's see. Okay, so we'll cancel that because recorded because we went through the budget today, so that was great. All right, good stuff. We'll make it happen. All right. So adjournment moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by. Well, everybody wants to second it. Okay, Councillor Tovey for the record. That the February 19th, 2015 Regional Council budget meeting be adjourned. Thank you.
Bravo.
All right.
Well done.
Good job.
social media, I want to read what the company is saying about itself.
Right.
Because they may be telling me business is horrible, things are terrible. Then I read their website. Business is great, they just took on new customers. It's completely inconsistent. Like I had one guy once said that his business hardly had any sales.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in getting to a deal, I said, but yet you said you've had 2,000 customers over a certain period of time. Your average customer is X amount of dollars. Therefore, I know you're not doing 20,000 a year, you're doing 200,000 a year.
Wow.
So you can really go to the websites
Mm-hmm.
and pull off some very helpful captions and information.
Right.
Even a LinkedIn profile. Somebody says, I'm unemployed. And I go on their LinkedIn profile. It says the company they started up or where they're working, which is completely different than what they're telling me.
And is this actual information that can be used in court?
Absolutely, because who posted that LinkedIn profile? I'm going to ask them under oath, is that your LinkedIn profile? Yes.
Right.
Did you post it? Yes. Now it's admissible.
But what if they've fabricated it?
Then they're saying
What if
they're
they especially things like LinkedIn, what if they fabricated it to get more connections to come in, more people to bite and potentially network? And, you know, before we continue with that, I'm definitely going to hold that thought and that question because we're going to talk more about this after the break. Again, we're talking about separation, divorce, and social media and how it can affect relationships and possibly contribute to marital breakdown. More after the break here on Cable 10 Live.
You're watching Rogers TV Brampton.
There's a lot of money to be made by investing in real estate. You just need to know where to go to get the right knowledge. That's where I come in. I can help simplify the whole process by getting you the right information.
Real Investments with Rav Tour, brought to you by ProFunds Mortgages. Only on.
Every week, I'll be joined by these guys and we'll talk trends, politics, education, and much more. Watch Junior EC TV only on Rogers TV.
Rogers TV connects with and engages our audience while you effectively promote your business with high-frequency exposure at the lowest industry rate. Rogers TV provides a unique marketing strategy that reflects your business with the best match from our program lineup. We offer several promotional opportunities from TV ads to on-air guest appearances to social media and to the web. Go to rogerstv.com/promote your business for more information. Promote your business on Rogers TV.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.